I still see Elliot's double nat one perception.
Uh,
Didn't see shit.
all right, we're good on my end.
All right, and welcome back, folks, to session 17 of Sea of Sorrows. We didn't have Into the Wildlands last night because Father's Day, and we're cool with that. So, yeah, that's just so we let everybody know. Last time, we joined our four player characters here of Elliot, the Vampire Paladin, Deckham, the Warforged Sorcerer, Kyle, the what's your subclass? Soul
Rouge.
Knife,
Yeah, Soul Knife.
Soul Knife Rogue, and Zamar Monk or Tabaxi Monk. Having left the Isle of Cicero and the Abbey of Ezra after, a wonderful reunion with Elliot's mother and father.
Yay.
They traveled across back to the city of Paradon, where they were meeting up with people, and a group of unusual individuals with their mouths shown shut attempted to attack and kill them, primarily focusing on Zamar, to which Kyle discovered was they were basically sent by the Daimyo of Pain to, well, basically end Zamar. And they went back and dropped off Desperado, and I believe they had just arrived at the Zircus des Arcanen, which also includes the Vistani camp.
I was in the petting zoo. It was filled with snakes. And everybody else is talking to Snowy's mom. Or dad.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not talking to Zoe's mom. She did.
Oh, it's a
Yeah.
paladin.
I was gonna say we have some mediums in our group. Kind of.
I don't really have a camp map. I probably should have found one.
Won't be the first time we just winged it. Won't be the last.
But yes, I believe Snowy had just caught up with everybody who was talking to Snowy's father.
From the petting zoo. Should I come over?
Probably.
Aww.
Elliot, there's like snakes going through your neck. Or Elliot, Jesus. Deckham.
I was going to say, I don't believe they can go through my neck unless they're vampiric or some sort of specters.
Yes! He like starts taking, like opening panels and just snakes falling out. And he finally wanders over. Yes, then we need to go to the insects. That ship is filthy.
And here we have a photo of Snowy's father.
Huh.
Ah,
That's not what I expected. I'll be real.
And also to mention, he's built like a Goliath.
So him and I are pretty much standing like eye to eye.
Yeah.
Hello!
There's a big boy right there.
That he is. I guess they are.
Cannot remember. Did I find some cloth or something to cover my hands with, my marks with?
Yep. I do believe you did.
You did that like right after combat.
right. Continue all this.
So, did you all
At
find
the-
us a guide for the swamp?
Oh, right, that's what you're trying to do. You know, Father, we can actually drop the accent with some. We're on the clock, sweetie.
I'm
He's standing
very-
on dirt.
He's also dressed up like a clown, so.
Yeah, he is actually.
Yeah, you did describe that.
Please tell me we have a mental link right now.
Technically, yeah, because I didn't disconnect it.
All you hear is,
But-
that is adorable.
I wasn't
Elliot
gonna
was
say
just-
anything, but I agree.
Oh dear God.
Elliot will just speak out loud. So I suppose negotiations for a guide will take a little bit since we have, or rather, you have the circus performance to do and the time allotted to actually go forth and back.
Well, I mean, yeah, you do have that. Of course, I think I mentioned, right? I did say the thing about the tickets.
Yeah, your show. It's Kyle
Yeah.
said.
I thought she had it taken care of. He points to Snowy and Kyle.
Well, we still have to pick them up, I'm pretty sure, because you don't just did she actually hand them to me?
Not that I
Actually, she
remember.
flips off. I think she was sitting on top of the wagon. She kind of flips off and reaches into a pocket. Here you go. And you, and you.
Thank you.
And I don't think we've met. As she steps up to Zamar.
No, I don't think we have. I'm Zinmar. I'm a monk from a different kind of land.
You know what?
And
I will
you are?
move us to another image here so we have it.
Oh no. I'm getting PTSD.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Why is it bars in this fucking map? At least it's not the other map.
Well, I mean, you guys use it as a bar. It is a circus.
No. I said bards. I was making
Oh.
another joke. But also, yes. I forgot that Jeebus also uses this map as a bar.
No, I don't think it's many tabaxis around here. As you look around and you see, you know, about another 6 or 7 at least.
Yeah, I've began to notice the same thing.
So, she kind of gets up a little close. You want the backstage passes?
Uh, Do it? Is that implying what I think
difference?
it is?
You already said you're not interested.
Is there a happy ending?
Oh my god.
Ah, those backstage.
Well, it depends on how you feel about being very slow in the morning.
I think I'm gonna go throw up.
Listen, I can't take my own personal
have a
bias
bag.
into the game, so I'm just gonna mute my mic.
Oh my god.
Elliot just pinches the bridge of his nose as he kind of just realized what Snowy now meant.
How long's the show gonna be? Kyle's just like looking at an imaginary watch.
Oh, as a show itself is only, well, including the intermissions and the breaks and the setup. Oh, about an hour and a half, 2 hours.
That wouldn't be the worst thing I've sat through, so hopefully anyway.
I
Wait,
guess
let me
we'll
what
then.
what let me ask this in the most blunt way possible. Is this gonna be like a self-ego inflated so where you're just kind of stroking yourself off?
She has people for that.
Yeah, no, I got that, but oh my god.
I reckon she doesn't need as much stroking as.
Oh my god, can we not?
You
That being
started it.
said,
I was being serious, and that never mind.
I mean, not lie. Snowy has the smuggest look on her face, and her dad is just like, "Oh my god, these idiots!
right.
These poor people."
Where is our seats, by the way? As Elliot kind of just.
Hopefully not the fucking front.
Well, let's see. You actually have some time if you'd like. So the show doesn't start until sunset.
Is there a place here that has cards? Might need to do something else.
Greeting cards or
Gambling.
she looks at her dad, who kind of looks around.
Oh my god.
3 wagons back.
Alright. I'll be back there then.
Look for Zavon without the hair.
Wait, why does he not have... Never mind. However, anyone else is welcome to join me. I'll probably come around once the show starts, but...
I am not a gambling type. There's someplace quiet I can go meditate for a little bit.
I don't think we're gonna find quiet in a circus.
Well, actually, I mean, if you'd like, is anybody using mine? Well, Herr Doctor is, but, I mean, up until the end of the thing, I mean, my cart would be pretty quiet, too. As he kind of moves over, and you watch him kind of make a few steps, and he opens up a Vargo. If you're interested, I mean, it's, he watches a couple of beer bottles roll out. It needs a woman's touch, yeah?
By the
Dad.
gods!
just
Deco is on the case.
Good god.
As he's there, just give him a nice pat on the back. It's all you, buddy. It's all you.
Deco's gonna start cleaning his house.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Kyle, you do see like a few carts back behind. You see sitting against a door of a Vargo. This one.
The hairless ones.
God damn it.
Can I suck your toes?
I hope you like
That's the kind of face that isn't asking. He's just gonna do it.
Yeah. He's gonna... You know?
That man isn't asking for permission.
That's the guy that fucking selling your toes on fucking Facebook after licking them. Anyway, oh god. I'm really beginning to hope her dad wasn't setting me up for something really fucking weird.
No, he wasn't do that. No, that's Johnny. He looks greasy, but I'll tell you this: he is a pastor of poison assassination. So I mean, oh, I shouldn't say that out loud, should I?
So he's pretty on the spot then.
Yeah, everybody here is family to me.
Glad no one got that reference.
Oh, we did.
I don't think Moogle did though.
Probably right over the top of my head.
Johnny on the spot.
It's a GTA reference for a guy that will always bring you your car.
Yeah.
But
I felt I heard it before, but I wasn't.
I mean, I'm
Brain was
generally
kind
not
of slowing
interested
down.
in poisons, considering most of the stuff I can do is pretty tactful, but I'll give it a whirl. Who knows?
I mean, you're also not a. No, actually, wait. Are you? Did we establish that? Are you a lycanthrope or not?
No, shifter. I'm kind of the
Oh, okay.
in-between
Okay.
amalgamation of bullshit.
No, I mean that's what he does. Is he
Wait.
kills lycanthropes and vampires and things like that. You know, I mean, it's what he does.
Oh, great. And you. Great.
Oh,
You see her father lean down. Did she not explain to you about how we are all monster hunters?
No, no, no. I understand Uncle Ricky was a monster hunter, but I didn't. Okay, never mind.
What is a better
Actually,
cover than this? Nobody expects the clown,
isn't that like
especially
just a,
vampires.
I
isn't that
always
just
expect the clown.
I was gonna say, isn't that a common trope that it's always the clowns because they're always the least expected?
Let me put it this way: best time I ever had was when somebody screamed, "Send in the clowns," and we killed the shit out of that vampire party.
I'm
I
almost
can respect that.
Yes.
Um,
So, where would you like me to place this brazier?
I had a question.
Well, that wasn't mom's. It's
Oh
been
my!
5 years. It's been 10 years, sweetie. Fuck, shite.
Have you seen?
Is that Auntie? You know how I feel about the Auntie.
Oh my god!
Just-
Wait, auntie or yanti? Because the
Auntie,
accent.
Auntie.
Oh no.
And she's pointing over at the person at the petting zoo.
Oh god.
Oh, she was very nice.
Uh, since
Don't
you
Snowy. You know that it was an accident, still, right? You childhood trauma with snakes, father, is not something that just goes away. Also, the flying snakes problem, and the other snakes, and the undead snakes, and I really hate snakes. Excuse me. No offense, Auntie.
it fucking waves doesn't hear a word you're saying.
Yeah, basically.
Right.
Well, you're vampire hunters. I'm curious, since you've been around the block a few times. I'm hoping, and considering Richard's been dead one too many times, apparently. Have you heard of a vampire woman by the name of Valaria?
You see Snowy kind of takes a deep breath, and her father kind of takes a deep breath. You see about 5 or 6 other people around you just really suddenly like snap their head towards you, like, oh, wrong fucking name to say in this. There's suddenly ears. There are snakes on the petting zoo that are suddenly very interested in you.
One of the snakes that's still stuck in Deckham's armor pops his head out.
Yeah, I was joking. Yeah, thank you. So,
I'll take that as a yes then.
yeah, we all know about that bitch.
Alright, then you can understand my anger when points at herself.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Is she from here then?
No. She's from, what is that place called? Hollowswog?
Okay, because I was under the impression that she left here, came to Hallswag, and then came back to just fuck it up. More
I
so than
believe
it
she
was.
was from Hollowswog, but there was a chance. You watch her dad, like, he taps another thing on the wagon, and another little thing comes out. He pulls out a book. Like, a book with a lot of notes sticking out of it, and he starts flipping through it. Actually, it would appear that she... obviously he stops as like some people walk by, and he pulls out a horn. Honk, honk. How's everybody going? I'm this way, right this way, people.
Oh my god.
just kind of passing it off for holding up. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, she traveled a lot. But it looks like we're talking about the one over in Bell's Harbor, right?
Yeah, that'd be the one.
So weird, freakish, short human, maybe.
Yeah, with weird red irises.
Yeah, that one. Let's see. Let's see. Abu. Oh, she had a stint on Faerun. Specific tutorial. Kind of a planeswalker at one point. Looks like. Oh, yep. There's where she ended up. Yep. Yep. She was pulled into. Yeah. Looks like she got pulled into that situation. That's how she ended up here. Okay.
Should I be worried or?
Oh, she was part of she was with Magnolia for a bit. It looks like.
Oh yay!
It does seem like
Seems
they might have had a falling out, but seeing as she's staying on land and he's, well, not where he is.
Well, two birds with one stone, I guess.
Why? I mean, is it you looking to personally kill her? You want something special?
No, I'll kill her
Looking-
myself if I have to. I want to ask her a few things before she dies, and just I don't think there's really a satisfaction in letting her die before I get my questions answered.
I mean, the only reason we haven't done it yet is because of the agreements and the council. You know, the what does they call that? The Nocturna Carnival. Yeah, that shit show.
You're referring to the stuff with Lord Grey?
Yeah, which weirdly enough keeps those kind of people from being all fucking weird.
Well, thankfully
Speaking
Heos
of,
is... Oh, go on.
uh, could I roll a history to see if an individual matching Valeria's description was at the nocturnal place while we were talking with Mr. Cross or wherever his name was on that
Sure.
particular evening? Okay. I'm
Well,
gonna roll the
Karis is-
history. Yeah, it's been a while. Where's my history? Not great, but who cares? We're going for it.
Wow.
19.
You remember that there was a table where they were like peeling or was splitting open the back of like another vampire. You know, like dissecting it for fun. You remember she was sitting at that table, just kind of sipping on something and watching. But the reason you remember was you did have this weird feeling that they were locking eyes with someone specific in the group. At first, you didn't
Kyle.
think anything of it, but now that makes more sense. Kyle, you don't even have to roll because you just flat don't remember seeing her.
Yeah.
But
Uh,
if Elliot explains it, you're like, how the
And
fuck would I have missed it?
which Elliot very calmly just face palms himself just a little bit and then says Kyle as I'm just remembering, but we were dealing with Kraus and his shitty offer dealings, and Deca making a scene. There was a table over with the vampire being splitting apart, and one in particular was sitting back enjoying the view, drinking, was watching you in particular, matching the description.
You're sure about that, right?
Only because I'm remembering now you mentioned the red irises, childish look. I didn't think too much about it back then because fuck, almost every single other purebred vampire is weird in their own way. But yes, she was looking at you. Or rather, she was there when, well, that little incident was happening.
Do do I remember Mughal? I guess this be history or something. If she had any way to kind of like conceal herself, so to speak, from people, or any like magics up to that degree.
You roll me a what would this be? You can roll me an Arcana or a straight Intelligence.
My intelligence is better. Actually, no, they're both 3. If it's just straight intelligence and not a saving throw. So, I'll just roll Arcana because that makes more
Or a
sense.
history.
Well, let's see what my history is. It's also a
The
3,
history
so.
would be an advantage.
And we're going at advantage. Wow, yeah, that makes sense.
Ah!
That makes way
You,
too much sense.
when you try to think back on her, it's flashes. You know the face. You don't remember, face, words, things, reasons to hate. You really can't glean anything out of that.
Well, hopefully if we see her again, she's not gonna live very long.
Or
Alright, where's the
us,
gambling
depending
tent?
on how
I'm sorry, what was that by there?
Elliot just adds, or us, depending on how much preparation she has for us and her likely welcoming party.
Well, the only upside is that we do have a favor from Lord Grey, so that can go a long way, but I do think that will only be stretched so far.
That, and if only we can live long enough to cash in on the favor.
Yeah. Alright.
At the same time, you kind of, as you're talking about that, this massive wall steps up behind you. I smell akin to myself, and yet I hear a name that makes me want to just crush someone's head. Was that you, little one?
Yes? Kinda looks her up and down.
I think this is my cue to go find a place to take a nap.
I'm almost done! I think. You stop
Deck 'em
flipping
white.
panels.
I was gonna say. Crap.
Wait, it's also a limited edition.
Oh my god, shut up. Do I know this person? Or you said
Roll
they like
me an insight or a perception.
Alright, perception it is. 'Cause I'm not really. That's not an advantage, but well, there. When I roll what I need to roll, great. When I don't, then no. 26.
She is clearly a half orc,
Mm-hmm.
or potentially a full orc. You can't really tell. But you get this smell on the wind as it kind of blows through. And You don't know it necessarily from her, but something in those memories does say, this smell is way too familiar. You kind of get that feeling of the same smell that you got off of the other toys.
Man. Oh. Well, I guess we do have some kinship, and she'll hold out her hand. Kyle.
Grilla. Ah, Kael. Yes. You are one of the. I remember you, yes. Very young at the time. I am Grilla. At least that is the name I have taken since, as I'm pretty sure everything else was taken from me before that.
Well, it's nice to meet you, at the very least. And know at least there's other people here that haven't suffered or that have gone through the same bullshit, so. If you don't mind, is it Griva?
Grilla.
Grilla, okay. If you don't mind, Grilla, I'm just gonna go gambling for a little bit and just kinda hopefully work away what words. Work away fucking way too tired. Work away what little sorrow I have.
Well, if you want to talk about it sometimes helps.
I told this to that one, points at Elliot. Talking won't really solve the issue.
No, but talking to those who understands the pain. As you watch her kind of move her hair, reach up and touch the side of her head, and you see that it is a bad skin splice. Like someone grafted different skin onto her neck, and this has got like scales.
Hmm. You know, I tried to make a crew from I'm sorry, from some of her toys creations and a few other, I'll say, interesting people. So if you're at least ever interested, since we're going to get a ship at some point, I don't know if you're kind of bound to this place or not, but we're gonna hunt for her eventually, so at least having someone else aboard with the same problem wouldn't be too bad.
She kind of thinks about it. Snowy has mentioned what it would be like to be pirates. Or, well, sailor. Yes? Perhaps. No, there is no perhaps. Yes, I will join you if you are going after that bitch. I
Alright.
killed someone who did this to me, but doesn't help if you don't kill the root, right?
Oh, definitely. But we have a bit of a ways to go because we have to go through the Icker Swamp and deal with that.
Oh,
Yeah,
why are you going through such a shithole? We don't even go through that.
for a boat.
To
I,
fulfill particular contracts we bind ourselves into.
Also that.
well, make sure you get some good boots.
Points at her feet.
Again, get some good boots. You might need them. There's a reason they call it the Echo Swamps.
It wouldn't be the first time I start running through shit. Alright, I'm just gonna go gambling for a little bit. Deckham, are you almost done rearranging this man's house? He just kind of looks like behind her.
I would point
You
out
just kind
it
of
is
like
bigger
look
on
at
the
Deckham,
inside.
and Deckham just has. There's like snakes, like 3 or 4 snakes that are just like following him
I
around
imagine
as
Deck.
he's moving around.
For some reason, I always picture Deckham has like random slots just for the aesthetic that pop out like feather dusters and some bullshit because of his butler status. Or like a very fancy doily used for like dusting things. Feel it?
I mean, yeah.
I will mention it's you kind of get surprised at it at first. You know, there was like a lot of clutter, a lot of books, and then you're realizing it's a lot bigger on the inside than the outside.
Do you need help in there?
I think I'm
Deckham?
lost. What do I do after I take the third left?
Yeah, actually, he walks over. It's third left. What the fuck was the third left? It's because you watch him. He's got like stops. He's like pantry, kitchen, bathroom. Oh, that's the broom closet. I think.
It's dark in here.
God.
I've hit at least 3 walls.
Wait. Do not touch anything that feels like a switch or a trigger.
Shoots himself.
Pause it. Did you? I might have left it loaded in there.
I'm not moving.
Right.
Someone come save me.
I guess I'll go in there. It's alright if I go in there to help him.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You
should probably
sure.
go fetch
I
our
mean,
friend.
I can. You just see Snowy just sitting there, kind of like, whatever, you know, whoever. Okay, somebody pick a choice.
I trust them. I trust they won't hurt themselves while I go gambling.
Oh, wait. I have an idea. You watch him as he shuts the door to the Vargo, and then you watch him. And Deckham, it's suddenly, you know, quiet. You don't hear anything outside. And you watch as he knocks this weird pattern of knocks that are like around this little window. And then he jiggles the handle one way, jiggles the handle the other way. And then he bumps it with his elbow. And then opens the door, and Deckham, you just find yourself being spilled out into the out of the Vargo.
Oh dear. Boom. Deco stands up. Oh, dusts off his blazer. Well, that was terrifying. Also, I didn't know how you like things sorted, so I sorted everything by ambient temperature.
You see an absolute look of confusion, but then all of a sudden it's like, wait, that's not the biggest problem. He shuts the door, knocks on it again like the same way, opens it, looks in, and sticks his head in. What's it? Where's the rope?
Rope?
I'm going to have that looked at. Yeah, you should have tied you up in ropes that were sanctified. Oh wait, that's right. I never replaced them after that situation.
Huh.
Johnny, you still owe me ropes. Oh, I don't owe you shit, old man. The ropes are mine now.
Can I have them?
20 quid.
I don't have any squids.
Right. Gold. 20 gold. In my hand.
God.
You have one.
Fucking.
$20 in
Sure.
my hand.
Oh, shut up!
Put that money in my hand.
Got something in my
If
pocket
that
for
money
you.
doesn't show, you owe me.
I'm gonna.
Deco will
fucking
wander
lose
over
my
to him,
shit.
like hold his hand over his, and his like wrist slot opens up, and he deposits it. It's exactly 20 coins.
Well, I ain't got them on me now.
God.
You kind of.
I'll come with you.
I didn't think this was gonna
I'll
work.
come along with.
You fucking.
just in
You
case.
see her. You just see Snowy's dad looking at him like, what the fuck?
And
No, I'm
again, Deca might sound happy, but he leans over him very intimidatingly.
Right. Well, he kind of just gently puts the money back on in your hand. I can't leave my post here as I am needed to maintain the sanctity of this establishment that is not of gambling or anything else.
Oh, perfect, but don't lie. That's exactly what Kyle called this place, pointed at it several times. Loudly.
I can't help what other people say, but if law enforcement were to be listening, especially in this region, there is nothing illegal to breaking their laws or other things occurring behind this door.
I just.
Deckham sits there and stands in law enforcement. Alright.
Please tell me he pulls out his badge, just fucking pins it to his chest.
Where is it? Where is that shit?
Wait, is Deckham a cop?
Yeah.
Kind of. I think we. This was like a
Formerly?
stop. I kind of guess.
I have
yeah,
legal
but also
authority.
not. Can I just come in? Can I just come in, please, before our friend here just makes more of a scene? Kyle just looks at the cat.
Right, yes. Right in here, this
What? They said they had
lady
sanctified rope.
or man, I don't know.
Woman, she says. She just steps through.
Just being polite.
No, I understand.
And he kind of opens the door and just kind of keeps between it and Deckham, like, mm-mm.
Deckham doesn't even try to look in.
It's actually something you notice. It's just kind of dark. Like there's a curtain, like a weird beaded curtain behind the door.
It's a
Damn
land
you
of
not having
debauchery
dark
and-
vision.
It's a land of debauchery and sin.
Hmm.
I can
That's
offer
the
you a
next
bottle
card
of
over.
bleach if you need it.
That's actually Sunny or fucking Snowy's cart is the land of debauchery and sin.
No, that one actually has its own. That one has its own title and stuff. You actually see this wagon over to the side that just says
Please-
Snowy's, and it's like
Please
you're
tell
like
me
in
it's
like 20 different languages. It's got different like innuendos and shit for its title, and you're
Please tell me it's like super over the top for no fucking reason.
there is literally a sign on the door that says if the wagon's rocking, don't come knocking.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Why
Unless
is
you're
that not
joking.
infernal?
I don't know. I'm curious why the fuck it's also written in primordial.
I mean, nothing
Listen,
hotter
you only
than
have to. You only have to
got
be
water
disturbed
elementals,
one time.
Ganassi's. The infernal is because of tieflings and devils.
I'm surprised I see Noman writing here.
See what?
No.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No.
I mean, Zez tripods and gnomes, and you just see her dad just like. She's
I'm
not
glad-
wrong, but at the same time, she's like, I don't want to hear this shit out of my daughter's mouth, and I hear it every fucking day.
I'm glad that I left that scene.
Yeah, inside is like you get past the beaded curtains, and it's like, it's like that Roger Rabbit part where like the curtains peel back like as you move through.
Yeah.
And you are in like one of the most legit like what are they called?
Gambling dead. I was gonna say opium deads because that's
No,
like, yeah.
it's a hardcore gambling den, but it's like those like a speakeasy looking kind of thing. You
Oh
got
my god.
like
You know,
there's roulette tables, there's card tables. It is much bigger on the inside than the outside.
I feel like that's a running theme we're going to keep running into at this place.
Can't go in. That's literally my aesthetic.
You're also a fucking cop that just blurted shit out.
I
You like the
didn't say
epitome of-
anything. You guys
Well.
have just seen him. Two of you have just seen his badge before.
I mean, that's on you. You can still go in.
No.
All right. I guess Kyle just kind of sit at a table just to kind of kill some time. Not necessarily, just kind of like drifting from game to game. Not necessarily going super hard at it, but just kind of relaxing.
I
Yeah.
suppose I'll go look at some of the facilities here. And Elliot will just turn heel and go in the other direction, looking at whatever stalls and tents that might catch his attention.
It is somewhere between a carnival and, definitely like the circus. You know, you see fortune tellers, you see uh like the crazy museums, that have like crazy monsters, except you can roll me a nature, religion, or intelligence, or arcana, anything you think might give you insight into monsters or anything.
Religion. Religious man going to a carnival.
Even with a 9,
And
you're like, yeah, that is definitely a pickled zombie hand, and that is probably some kind of haunted skull, and they're keeping locked in that glass with the symbols on it. There's cockatrice that's stuffed. There's what a lot of you hear, like some of the locals are like, oh, that can't be real. It's got to be put together from different things. You're like, no, that fucking thing's real.
that is a real cockatrice, sir. You can also find if it's true or not by sticking your hand in there and letting it peck you. Though, I don't suppose you would feel comfortable being turned into a statue.
He's just kind of looks at you like, it's it's stuffed. You see the seams, right? Yeah, it's a part lizard and part checking out weirdo.
Yes, it's a cockatrice. Not heard
As
of
you
those things
walk,
before.
you can tell this local has never, like, this sort of thing is just like, what the fuckery ever.
It's almost
As
like
you see,
a dark smile coming out of Elliot a little bit. Oh, this is fun. I actually get to talk to people who don't have as much information.
and as you kind of say that, and watching you, you see this gentleman. He takes a smoke from a pipe. Ah, someone who actually knows about the world.
A little bit.
Well, the
I
world
doubt.
beyond the mists.
As I said, a little bit compared to those who are more traveled. Elliot Ptolemy.
Devolis. Devolis the librarian. As they like to call me.
Oh, there you go. Okay. I was writing it wrong in the name. Interesting. I don't suppose you have a spare booklet of information on creatures, at least within this misty realm.
He kind of smiles a little smugly. I do, actually. Are you looking for just here in Paradon? Or perhaps somewhere else?
The Ictor Swamp, if it is available. along with the breach, I believe they call it.
Let me see. As you watch, as he kind of moves the beaded curtain, and this isn't a tent. And again, it's got that same kind of weird where it is larger on the inside. This one doesn't feel the set, like it is. It feels like it should be just longer, but it is set up in a very specific way. You can roll an insight if you'd like.
Insight. 1 second.
Yeah, they run it as a sideshow attraction. This is actually like if you were looking at something in your own, where you were, grew up. This is a library. This is a museum. This is a huge wealth of knowledge about monsters and different things. Like there are details that are kept out or just hidden away a little bit. But like as you're looking at all this just around you, it's like, yeah, this that feeling of, oh wait, they are a bunch of monster hunters kind of comes to a head.
Elliot
These
actually has
aren't like just any old things.
Elliot actually has an appreciative nod of gratitude, and this one's like, well, at least I don't have to worry about going to a gambling den.
And the guy comes back out with a few books and kind of sets them down on a small table. Let's see, the Echo Swamp Cell. We do not. The only entry here says, beware of the rabbits. No, I see who wrote that. Yeah, okay, that's why. That's not good. I am afraid I cannot give you much more information on that one. Just, well, they have been gone from us for a while, and they were not great at note-taking. As for the breach, as he flips to another book, let's see. 99% of them are not native. Local flora and fauna. Let's see.
Repeat that one more
Corpse
time.
flowers. Oh, he's kind of flipping through, and he says, okay, 99% of it are not local. Which you get that impression, like, people are brought into these domains. There are clearly, as he's stating, like, almost everybody or everything in that domain is not from it.
Okay.
And the local flora and fauna. Let's see. The corpse flower. And let's see. The cleaners. Yes, that would be the ones that you would have to be careful of. And he kind of squints for a moment, and certainly you can tell that he's reading something. I had not known about that one, actually. Let's see, who wrote that? Yeah, it's checked. Yes. The Iron Harvest. That one they say you should be careful of.
I'll definitely have to inform my friend Deckham about this. Anything else in?
Is there anywhere else you're interested in knowing about? We really only catalog local flora and fauna, as most other things are transient there. If you were asking something more like Barovia, well, we have every habit and everything of every hag, werewolf, and vampire, and solar, and Well, technically that was the clips, I believe. That
Well,
inhabits those areas, especially the 35 books on Strahd himself.
this Strahd character is starting to be very irksome.
No, I wouldn't worry. The show tonight might put that more in perspective. Mm. Snowy wrote it herself after an encounter there.
I don't suppose, as Elliot places 15 gold as a courtesy and gratitude. I don't suppose there's anything from Oarth that is lurking around in this realm.
The Realm of Herodon? From Oerth?
Yes.
Hmm. He takes the books into the back. He leaves the gold where it sits. Then he comes back. Starts flipping through. There was some nobility, it would appear. But they disappeared with the previous removal of the previous Jack.
Hmm.
So I'm afraid there is nothing left there. But my understanding had been they had been there for 2 or 3 generations before this plane was brought in. Oh, well, however that works.
Interesting. All right. I think that'll be it for now.
You
Thank you.
forgot your gold, sir.
That is a
Not
donation.
needed. You have a long road ahead of you. Especially if you're. Granted, if you're asking about those, I guess you're going to Moldhelm.
That I am. Do you have any information on that particular spot?
Indeed. As he goes back and pulls a book. It was a location that was previously part of the Acre Swamp. But with the collapse of that domain, it is the only place really holding out that hasn't been changed. Rotted down. And he comes back out with a book of its own. And you can see that it's a history of a whole domain. And he flips through about a quarter of it. And here we have Moldhold. I don't envy you. If you're going there, you should be prepared.
Hmm. Any shops in particular here, at least within the carnival, that might be more suited to its actual identity?
The faiths of that domain are strong. You know, here you enter a church, there's a damp here, and it probably won't do much. There, depending on which street you walk down, may or may not have adverse effects or positive effects upon a creature such as yourself.
I follow the light of St. Cuthbert, so I suppose I'll be having to worry about the more darker worshippers.
Hmm, perhaps. But the denizens of that area have become corrupted by both the burning light and the freezing cold of night, you could say. Nobody there is. He kind of motions. the average peasant person here, is just trying to get by in the day-to-day life, yes?
So I'm beginning to understand.
The people of Mordhouse, there's nobody there that is good like that. It is a place of survival, like the Breach. But the Breach is focused. Unending war. This, I don't even know if they know what they're fighting for. Why they fight, why they kill, why they turn into monsters. Just be aware of the church. Be aware of the dark places. Heck, be aware of everywhere, apparently. Even the colleges are dangerous.
Huh. Well, it's a bit to take in. Elliot will decide to leave that 15 gold as a thank you and give Devolos a thank you bow and begin to head out. Thank you.
Be safe. I would like to mention, he didn't blink the entire time you were there, which may or may not be unsettling.
I mean, Gravier had one unblinking eye, so Elliot was already kind of used to that kind of weird stuff already with the whole eyes just don't blink. Maybe it might have been artificial. May have been his own actual natural thing, but he's not really bothered by it. He was just more focused on I need information, stuff to be ready for that particular stretch of the trek.
I will mention, as you watched, you did see that there were pictures of what you could assume were werewolves, aberrations, uh, people who seem to be afflicted by some kind of disease. Um, they were all very well and pretty well detailed. This Romanesque Gothic architecture of a very compact city. Some similar to like Earth and such. Very stylistically different, but it is from just the images. You like saw at one point there was an image of a wall that seemed to be made out of like just a mountain of dead bodies
Hmm.
that had been compacted and mortared together in some weird way.
Elliot's gonna think to himself, but not say it out loud, and just go, right. Not disturbing in the slightest. And still continues to make his way out.
Okay. Deckham, what are you doing?
I'm wandering around looking for different types of spices and food I've never cooked before.
Roll me a d20.
Oh, 17.
17. Ah, yeah. Okay. That makes sense. That's going to be fun. Let me just shift Z this sucker as you come across this tent that is open. There are grills of different types. It's open. It's kind of like a kebab store. As you see, another tabaxi.
Tech, like, he first sees Deckham standing in the middle of the street, just kind of looking around, blissfully unaware, and then like a single light hits him. Then Deckham turns in like a 90, starts stomping over.
A robot with a nose.
Yes, hello. I see that you have grills. You must be some sort of chef, right?
Yes, that is what they call me sometimes. I like to go that I am a master of my art. What can I help you with, Tin Man?
Well, there are many things in this plane that I have seen before, and I don't know if are edible for my living friends.
What is their constitution? Are they of special diet, of special heritage?
All three.
Oh.
One is a man such as yourself. Then we have, Anne Elliot.
I am afraid I do not know what an Elliot is. Is this some kind of new creature from a plane I have not been to?
No, you have plenty of them here. I've already met like 3. They're a bit thirsty, but they can still walk around in the sun.
Ah, yes.
He drinks this horrid, gross goop to quell his cravings, and I was wondering if I could make that better.
Let me think about that one. In the meantime, if you have a friend like myself of the feline persuasion, might I introduce you in the fish?
Didn't Zinmar say, like, absolutely no fish? Like, when we first met him?
Well, I said that because you're correct, but I said that because I had just washed a sea.
Oh, of
A
course.
sea, and the only thing I had to eat was fish.
Yeah, is this Tabaxi? He is, he's a little bit plump, and he's wearing, I guess the best way to put it is he's kind of dressed like a traditional Mongolian. He steps over, and as he says that about the fish, you see he has like a quarter of a shark, like, with the tail with a hook through it hanging there that's been roasting.
God, this
And
reminds me of
smoke.
Monster Hunter.
He's got,
That looks
you see all
fantastic.
kinds of different things.
Does it
meats.
travel well?
Depends on how much salt you like on it, but that ruins the flavor.
Well, that can usually be boiled out to a point.
But then you boil out the flavor.
Not if you make it into soup.
Ah, see? You are a smart man. I like you. Though I question how you know is at the tongue. At least the one I can see.
I have people taste test for me.
I see. Well then, let me see here. What else? Did you have another? Anyone else?
Yes, more of the lithe persuasion. She doesn't eat much. She mainly just drinks alcohol, so I don't know how many taste buds she has left at this point. Maybe something to make her less grumpy.
I see. He kind of wipes his hands a little bit after he and pulls out this carving knife and just slices off this huge, a fairly good sized piece of the shark and lays it on the grill. Let's get that cooking. For now, as he seasons it, he pulls out these various bottles and they're, he tops and he's just like got them between his fingers and he's just dancing over them.
Are there any of them I don't recognize?
You see some stuff that's actually like sparkling.
Deckham has a million questions. Are those
And
metallic flakes in your spices? Why do they sparkle like that?
no, they are crushed dragon crystal.
What?
Gives a little
is
bit of
that?
pop. Just a hint. Or else you will blow the head clean off of whoever's eating it.
Starts taking notes.
He literally will answer any question you have. But in the meantime, he's like, one moment, let me see about your friend. As he motions, or he kind of goes into the back. And you hear him say something, and I don't think you understand Tabaxi.
Nope.
And let me see here. Yep, that's going to be the one. And after a few moments, you see a woman step out with him.
Hello! I'm Deckham.
Ooh, wow.
She kind of looks you over. You're looking for something to adjust the blood root?
Ah, yes. Pete. Every time he drinks it, he makes a most horrid face. I can't have one of my companions consuming something they don't like.
Is he a full Dampier or a turned or
I
a
believe full.
vampire?
Not vampire, Damphia.
She kind of thinks about it. Kind of walks into the back, comes back out with this vial. It's more of a... It looks like a medicine bottle with the cork on the top. You know, the round ones. He sets it down. These are 15 silver. And you see it's full of a clear liquid, which is completely different from the other one. This may or may not be to his liking, but it does help to stop the problems, the pangs, and usually allows more human consumption types. You see the tabaxi kind of leans around as he starts cutting up the fish. She is my harshest critic. Says she can't taste anything without it.
Has he been lying to me?
No. When you only taste blood, everything else kind of gets muted.
I'll take 6.
Also, Declan will remember that Elliot said he never fed on human.
Yeah, this is another way to dampen your...
Why don't you bring him here, and then I will make the decision if you get sick.
I'm going to turn around and, like, swing my finger around, and hopefully Elliot is within a couple, 120 feet of me. Elliot! Where are you?
Was that a library? Elliot's like looking around.
That's dumb. Use your nose,
And
find the
then
kitchen.
And he's kind of tapping his head and using the... Is the psychic link between all of them with Kyle still working?
As long as we're not out
Yeah,
of
that
a
should've-
mile range. Yeah. It lasts for. I think I rolled it for 8 hours. So as long as we're not out of a mile range of me, should be fine.
I mean, she's kind of technically in a demi-plane,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to make it a
Yeah.
problem.
All right.
That's up to you. I'll leave it. So literally, what I hear is fucking Deckham yell Elliot as he's trying to do that, and then he's like, "But yeah, it should be working." So
Elliot thinking, or at least going through Kael to Deckham and just says, I feel like I just hear a double echo in my head of two Deckham's voices.
Oh, right. I didn't know if that weird tent of hers was going to block the brain juice.
You know I could still hear you,
I'm-
right? Because goes through me. And she's just kind of...
Zinma, you
So-
come here as well.
What? Where are you? I don't even know where you're at.
I went to.
Here.
I'm not sure.
You're in the you're in the food area.
So one thing I
I
wanted to
found
say
food.
was, I don't know if anybody has looked around since we've been here. Can I roll a perception to see if there's anybody that resembles the people that attacked us in the market?
Go ahead. Roll me a perception. You haven't seen anybody.
I'm still kind of on edge, considering that I was the one that they were looking for in the first place. So I'm gonna periodically look around, but I'll
We'll
follow
do
Declan.
Zinmar real quick, since Snowy's been sitting there the whole time. So about those backstage tickets.
Yeah, and what about him?
I mean, unless you're seeing someone, and that's just a performance. You know.
Listen, I haven't seen someone my whole life.
Wow, that sucks.
Yeah, you know, being a monk and all.
So you're like one of those ones with the chastity shit.
Well, not forced, but I just never had the interest.
I mean, are you interested?
Listen, if we're going backstage, then I want somebody to come with me. I'm kind of on edge at the moment, and I don't want to go anywhere alone.
I should have asked you about the black eye.
Yeah.
But with them, I figured you just got your ass kicked by.
Let's just say that Deckham got a little excited and hit me in the face, and we'll just leave it at that.
That could be taken in so many ways, and I'm going to go with the ways that I know best, and that's kinky.
Maybe I'll show you later.
Anyway, no, I mean, if you're worried, I mean, yeah, wouldn't be my first
At the
reason.
moment, I am a bit worried. Come on,
You are looking around a lot.
That looks delicious. That looks like chocolate pie.
Yeah, I'm a bit on edge right now. Rightfully so. I don't really want to get into it, but it seems okay here, at least from what I've seen so far.
There are very few things that would come to attack anybody in this place. Even dark powers don't come here. Which is why we can put this on in the middle of a time with Jack returning. Where she kind of leads you a little bit away from the main flow of things. There is no one going to be doing much, especially if it's... I mean, if you want to talk about it, you can. I mean, I'm kind of going off on ideas that looking at you and your things, and that I saw someone recently. I'm gonna guess you're from the Shogunate Isles?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about any assassins or anything like that. I mean, if the odds, that would be really, really stupid.
I'm gonna put my guard down for not fully, but for the most part, I'm gonna feel a lot more relaxed. most of this is still foreign to me anyway. I'm
Yeah.
not really from here, as a lot of us aren't from here. I kind of just ended up here.
Yeah. I miss my homewood sometimes too, but you know, family is more important sometimes, and here we are together. Granted, I do leave all the time to go do my own shit, but if you're really that concerned, well, she kind of motions up towards you. You kind of notice that there are a lot of ravens around.
Like the bird,
Yeah, like actual birds up, you know, like on lines, on top of tents, on top of Vargos. You know,
I
you,
kind of.
you
What's up with all the birds?
well, we've made a very good agreement with the Order of the Ravens, so we're ravens. People usually don't like pissing off some things that can rip their head off.
I see. Well, it seems like this place is more safe than most.
It is, as we said before, and we kind of try to keep on the down low. Pretty much everyone here is a monster hunter and fights vampires, lycanthropes, you know, has the fucking problems of the world. Or multiple worlds. It's just what we do. No, look, if you're really not that comfortable about this, it's fine. Just,
Nah, I'm okay. We can head backstage. I'd feel more comfortable back there anyway.
it's about that time you get the call from Deckham.
Zinma, I found a man that was cooking shark for you.
Shark.
Yes. Or at least I believe so. I've only seen the ass half.
Wait, why the ass has the worst fart? You want fart? Jesus, you want the fin for shark fin soup?
When I was floating out sea, I tried to catch a shark and I doodly failed. So,
Well, time for some revenge.
I'm so down for some shark. Also, as I'm walking over to him or slightly past him, I tap him on the shoulder and say, you and me might have to go to the back rooms later. But that's for another time. And I kind of walk past him and kind of hold the shark in my claws.
Wait,
Actually, by the time you get there, you're actually presented with a bowl of shark soup.
Yep, that figures. This guy was just kind of walking through.
Well, sorry,
Into
who does Zimar say that to?
Declan.
Me.
Okay.
Got a problem?
He'll Decker will lay down to Elliot. Why do I feel nervous?
Did I miss
Ellie's just
something in the
drugged.
past 5 minutes?
I'm not sure.
No, from over there as a player, I thought you mentioned to Ellie. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, I was very confused.
That was all. But
Elliot, I would like you to meet. She didn't introduce herself.
did you introduce yourself?
Of
yourself
course
to
I
her?
did.
Just making sure.
It is.
Well,
Elliot, roll me an insight.
that disgusting beverage that you have to drink. She might have something that's based better.
I don't know if I should be offended that you would call it disgusting when.
I've seen the face
No.
you make when you drink it.
You see this woman there, Elliot, and as Deckham points it out, you realize she is staring at you with What you imagine your own eyes have to look like when you're locked onto something. You know, that you are trying to determine if it's a friend or an enemy.
Ah,
Take this food out first, though.
But they are definitely you
aside,
immediately know right off the bat, like, oh yeah, she's a Dampier like you.
right. And then Elliot again resumes his conversation with Deckham. Yes, well, what was that? Oh, that was my 3D dice coming in late. I was like, why
Finally
is there a dice roll?
arrived.
But Elliot resumes immediately chatting to Deckham of, right, well, for my particular, well, for the beet juice, I just have to add a little bit of salt into it, and it's fine, or vinegar.
Beet juice doesn't usually stop the cravings.
It suffices when you already tempered yourself long enough.
You would probably find borscht to be more suitable.
Well, we haven't really found any wildlife that is edible.
She said borscht. Not
Borscht is a
borscht.
dish.
It's a beet soup, or a... Technically, you can make it into a kombucha.
Ugh.
Ah, I did not know they were called by those names. Greybeard just said, here, have this red...
fermentation vessel.
Oh my God.
Neither of which will stop the taste, or the requirement. From the sounds of it, you're drinking bloodroot.
Small bit of it. Removes the heavier form of the craving. And
She kind of pushes the vial towards you. I am Weiss. And you're welcome to try it. It's not for all of our kind.
I'm just gonna roll this for him. I'm just gonna remove this. He kind of stares at it very blankly for a brief moment.
If I
Fine.
wanted to poison you, you'd already be dead.
I'm pretty certain if anyone had wanted me dead, by coming here, they would have already done the job well before you did. No, I was just considering the idea of, well, drinking this might end up waking some compulsions or whatnot. And
No.
he just takes a swig.
You realize pretty quickly the usual bitterness of the bloodroot that you usually use is just kind of a small aftertaste to this. There is some other things. But you suddenly... Something you notice is that as you do that, the smells of normal food that usually are not appetizing or not interesting, they are usually, because they're too powerful, there's kind of a weird muting to that in a way, but also at the same time, like, you know, the cooking meat suddenly smells okay. The cooking vegetables, all of that, it smells like what you imagine normal food should taste or smell like to other people when they talk about it. And even with just a swig, like the usual level of what the blood root does is much further. You know, it is like you were like, okay, am I actually even interested in blood anymore? For a moment.
Elliot actually placing his pointer finger across from his nose as if he's actually sniffing the part of his hand, and then of course starts to feel his lips a little bit, or at least more like he's touching his fangs, but hiding it behind the gloved hand. Huh. That's new.
It does not change who you are, but it is a bit stronger, like a decoction.
Is there any after effects or long-term effects to this?
Not lying to your friend anymore.
Since when have I lied to you?
You said my cooking was good. And I just learned now that you can't even taste anything?
Oh no, he could. But it's, you know, I imagine, you know, because you're a vampire, like everything's kind of a little muted or over, you know, the heightened senses, like, you know, what we smell normally is just like, okay, that's a little strong.
Elliot goes,
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Allow me to
Jack,
correct
like, on a personal level, he knows that, but he is also taking it to heart.
Elliot just gonna add of, well, my sense of taste was muted for the most part, so it's not that I was lying, it's just at least I was able to taste something. I think that's more complimentary that your skill for cooking, that I could taste something when I usually don't taste anything.
One thing I will point out, like right now, like you've been drinking beet juice with salt. It's like you're suddenly like, okay, I've been putting a little bit too much salt in that race today. You know, like normally you're like, yeah, I can't really. Now it's like, I wish I hadn't drank in that 20 minutes ago, or you know.
15 minutes ago, yeah.
That's still in your mouth.
While they're doing that, Kyle's like, do you have any, what is it? You have any, flavored rums? Kind of looking at the chef.
I also look at the chef because I just told her that she drinks a lot.
He kind of leans out. And what region are you from, young lady?
Not here? Or, wait, yeah.
Swallow hogs!
Fucking hate you.
Just so there's a world
No,
that's called...
I don't. Let's not go on that, considering there's a woman that probably does actually swallow hogs.
So... oh my god.
Been wanting to
Oh,
use
I
that
hate-
joke for so long.
I hate you.
I know, buddy.
He's sharpening a knife, and then he kind of puts them to the side. I think I might have something for you. That might work. Yes, not the case.
God, should I be worried?
I don't know. As he pulls out a bottle. A bit of an odd import, a bit of unusual flavor of cactus with rum and spices from Avu and from the Grand Wilds.
Oh dear God.
I believe, as he blows off the dust. Ah, yes, the finest vintage of Sandy.
Ellie just crooked an eyebrow of... The hell's a sandy?
Please tell me it's by Pop Belly Deli.
Oh, you definitely see. Yeah, there's definitely the name Cloud Catcher Wine or Distillery. But it's one of those like God, I don't know if you've ever seen them, but it is like the most ridiculous like image of like this like gorilla doing something stupid,
I've
like holding a
never felt
cactus or something.
I've never felt so insulted and so happy to see something in my life. You know, considering I haven't had a good cloud catcher drink in a hot minute since you left, I think I'll take it. How much?
Is he like me? Because I can stop the clouds.
No, I mean, let me see here. Honestly, most people don't particularly like this one because it's. I don't know. He looks around at like all the people walking by. Their palates are not well accustomed to things of fine uniqueness.
I don't even want to know what the fuck Delhi defines as unique taste for alcohol.
Make that shit in a swamp.
For some reason, I just
If he
picture
takes the
Delhi-
case off my hand, I give it to you for 15 gold.
For some reason, I feel like this is Delhi's toilet hooch that I'm fucking buying.
He would. The sand ape would be something special.
Okay, let me put it this way. In rum terms, this is the high proof, like the 97 proof.
Good, great for Molotov cocktails. In case
Yeah,
you don't know.
this is like the high grade. You probably have heard of it at least. It is like the high grade,
Yeah.
overly, small batch.
I have a question. Since now that Elliot's sense of taste and smell is returning, can he actually smell the?
I aged it for 15 years in 5 years by using Tom magic.
As you look at the case, you see an image of a possum and like a speech bubble that says Jimmy approves of this.
Oh my god. How long have you sat on that joke?
Literally 5 minutes.
Good. I approve.
I created that on the fly. You're welcome.
Makes way too much sense. You said 15 gold?
Yep, for a whole case, which is 4 bottles.
That's not that bad. Wait. Oh god. Yeah, I'll take that. Give me a minute because my brain can't do math. Okay. Wow, I have 69 gold left. Nice.
How much?
Why the
How many
fuck do I
case?
have so
How
much
much
money?
in the case?
4 bottles.
4 bottles.
And they're like full wine bottle size,
How much for a tin of the crushed dragon crystal?
Oh, you want the secret spice?
Yes.
Oh,
I've been looking in every town for different spices. One man tried to sell me gunpowder.
You kind of look at him and he kind of looks over at like something he's got on another krill and like, did you buy it? I mean, I use it every now and then on some things, especially the cockatrice.
you know,
I almost
Decker.
took it, but Elliot stopped me.
I was gonna
I was
say
kinda-
gunpowder. No. I don't remember stopping you. I think it would have been dumb, but gunpowder has been used to cure wound or to like close up wounds and sutures from time to time. Just not great if you don't know.
It
what
works
you're
really
doing.
well on seasoning beaver tail because it's mostly fat.
Can't you also just blow a hole in your jaw from that?
No, you have to light it on fire. I mean, if you're just sprinkling it on the tail and it's simmering it,
Tekkum's faceplate kind of move a little bit, and he just sees all the arcing electricity inside of his head.
Oh my god.
I see. Usually, my experience with, well, gunpowder is more toward
near death and explosive manners.
Yes, me carrying gunpowder has never ended well.
Considering the situation we've been in a few times already.
I'm sorry, I missed something.
Oh, no, it was just banter. Jacob just said him carrying gunpowder has never really ended well because he's like an electrical fucking lightning rod.
And
Definitely
also,
not
Elliot
recently.
adding, Elliot is just adding yes, and due to the situations we've been in, I'm, yeah,
Inclined to
basically
agree.
haven't blown up.
Well, I mean, it has its hazards. But as far as the crushed dragon crystal chili powder, oh, that's special. Hmm. Then you watch as Weiss, she kind of goes in the back, and then she comes back out with another bottle with a piece of parchment kind of wrapped and tied around it. And she hands it to you. Elliot, it
Yes.
takes a little bit of work, but a sip now and then keeps it away. Just be aware. Remember that human food doesn't always process as well. So,
I hadn't had too much trouble on my end for at least the past 8 decades.
well, some of our kind don't know how to stop, and they get to realize what other people get to enjoy. They tend to shit themselves.
I keep everyone's diet perfectly in line.
Meanwhile, Kyle's just drinking her rum.
Besides that one.
I look over to Zimar's shark soup.
Which I am absolutely enjoying right now, by the way.
It is weirdly amazing because like you're eating it and you're like, wow, this has, the spice is like right there on the tip of it, but it's not overshadowing anything, and you're like, wow, how is this not like burning my tongue? Why am I not sweating? You actually feel weirdly a little bit more energetic. You actually gain a temporary key point.
Elliot's just gonna add.
Soup now.
Temporary
Elliot-
max key
Elliot's gonna
point
add
or
one more
temporary current key point?
DM?
I'm sorry, I got covered over. What?
Temporary max key point or temporary?
You're
keep it right
should
now.
already be at max or basically
So
you
I've-
gained a key point. So if you've used any key points, you gain one back.
Okay, cool.
Elliot's just gonna add looking at Zimar's soup. Then to Zimar.
Look up. Good soup.
God damn it.
I don't suppose you're gonna turn that shark man that basically beat most of us up into soup.
Oh, I absolutely plan on it.
Please don't fucking eat him if he's on our ship.
Well, you all see, what you do see is Deckham is in a notebook writing down. And you see him doing math. Like, looks at the soup, kind of like does some calculations and writes a number down. Alright.
Oh,
I mean,
speaking of
Deckham, if you're gonna
notebooks,
cook him, at least cook him off the ship.
Oh, no, Zinmar needs about 1345 more calories for today. He did a lot of work.
right? There is a particular tent that might be of interest to you guys about the a librarian, Devolis. I got some information about the acre swamp and a bit of the breach, as well as moored hold.
He'll
Anything-
sorry, Deca will lean back over to the chef who still didn't introduce himself. So, is there a place I could get some ingredients to go that'll make it through the swamp without swampifying?
Well, if you talk to my brother, yes. I imagine that could be done.
Why does your voice sound like it's trailing off somewhere? Is that supposed to be mysterious?
And why do you sound like you've been smoking 3 packs a day? But anyway.
Yeah, which one's talking?
I don't, but thank you.
he's just being a smug asshole for a second.
Yeah, Kyle's dealt with these kinds of people before.
This man, this thickums.
He's so
As far as the
phenomenal.
crushed dragon crystal, chili powder, I would be remiss
And-
to be honest
gotta
with you
come
because
like a
you probably
pixel.
blow yourself up.
That means I have to get up.
No, I mean Pixel as in our D&D campaign.
Try it for me.
No, I can't.
What's up, Jason?
This cat looks just like our cat, except for just the slightly different color.
Oh my god.
Picture of it.
I can't believe
Well, I'm not going to push. If it's your secret ingredient, I'm not going to stop you from having your secrets.
Well, I will put it this way: dragon crystal is of an arcane nature. It makes it expensive, and it makes it explosive.
Deckham looks at his, down the line of his party, looks down at his chest. I understand.
Wait, the moment you say explosive, Kyle for a brief moment has like a flash of PTSD and then kind of shakes it off.
I understand
Like,
all
you just-
too well.
Oh, good. You know of the dragon shards. Yes. Needless to say, you actually do realize that as he puts that specific shaker away, it's like in a freaking lead, canister with the lid is off, but it's like a lead canister that's like a half-inch thick on each side.
Sorry. As he's putting it away, the dragon what?
Dragon shards.
Never heard of them.
And what world do you hail from? Perhaps.
Jordova.
Oh, I do not believe they have those. These are from Eberron, where magic has condensed itself into such things like this.
Eberron.
What,
I'll keep that
I
in my
really
notes.
suggest not going there.
So what? That's just condensed dragon magic in a crystal?
Condensed water magic. But yes, mostly dragons. Sometimes it's other things.
What is war magic?
As in, a war happening on a global scale, the dead zone. Eberron is a very fucked up place as they went to war with the entire world, and dead places, dead magic and wild magic. And some of those places create dragon crystals, which can be utilized by people like myself or people who cast spells to create most amazing amount of power.
Uh-huh.
Alright, I will keep that in mind for all the spells I'll never cast.
I will as
Yes.
well for some of the spells that I cast.
I don't suppose these crystals could be used as runes or applied to weaponry.
Yes.
Or a power supply.
Yes.
Do you know
That
what they
is
look
actually
like?
what they are used for. Yes, I do.
Well, he's gonna look to the three. Don't freak out. He's going to
Oh, I
open
already
up
am.
his faceplate and expose the battery. You guys have seen this when he casts like lightning bolt and stuff. So
Alright, what the fuck?
Are you sure that's wise, Declan?
right there. Does it look like that?
Kind of looks at it, squints real hard, looks at it, and then all of a sudden he turns, and you hear into backseat. He yells something, and you see a guy who is over at what looks like a souvenir booth. He calls back, and then puts a sign up and runs over, and let me get his token.
Oh god, Tekken's an Eberron machine. Oh my fuck! Who the? He looks like a.
Hey, look, it's
weasel
my
and
other
a
cat.
He looks like a very intellectual person.
He looks like a weasel and a cat had a baby together.
And you hear them both like, it sounds like bickering. Zimar, you definitely know that they're just like, wait, what? What are you calling me over for? Why are, what? Oh, shit, what the fuck is that?
It's over now. Hello.
Is that you hear,
God
the
damn.
fat one calling, and he's like, is that a dragon crystal? And he's like, nah, it's fucking... They obviously stop. Right, sir, that is, not a dragon crystal.
Oh, all right then.
It looks like a modified gem bomb.
I'm sorry, a fucking what? Kyle just immediately stops drinking.
Well, a very contained and modified one, but, how much do you want for it?
It is how I'm alive. So no.
Oh,
Declan, why the fuck do you have a gem bomb in you?
Do you want me to be able to move, or do you want to carry me on your back?
Wait. Let me look at that again.
Ah. Ah.
He actually, like, kind of climbs up on your chest in, like, the most cat-like way, and is, like, looking in there. You see him, like, pull out, like, a pair of glasses with the, like, the kind that have the little adjustable drop downs so that he can zoom in and out, and he's looking at it. Oh my. Oh, I see. Oh, this is interesting. Most interesting. How old are you?
Over 300, but just
Oh.
recently reactivated.
This explains a lot. And you watch him as he, like, everybody watches him kind of in a very feline way. He kind of moves from that and he kind of goes over Deckham and is, like, looking over parts of him in a way, using his claws to kind of hang on plates and such in a very cat-like way, even though he's wearing a suit, which is also interesting. I see.
If he touches the wrong part, he's gonna be as poofy as his brother.
Actually, with a weird deaf nimbleness, he doesn't. He's like looking at it. You watch as he kind of pulls out like a wooden stick, and sometimes will kind of just, move little things out of the way. I am sorry, that one was probably a little sensitive. I see. Well, how interesting. And then he finally stands up, adjusts his tie. You are most interesting.
Yes, the body is recently custom built.
Well, being that is a piece of workmanship I have not seen in many years. Most interesting.
Yes, my mistress is a savant at her craft.
And her name?
That's good to do a little quick.
With a 17, you realize this guy is just as much an artificer as she is, probably.
Alright. Her name is Kay.
Like, you got to looking at him, and then you, like, look at, like, some of the, like, high shelf trinkets in his stuff, and it's like, wait a minute. I see. I have not heard that name. You said from Jordova?
Yes, I
Did
believe.
she have a mentor?
She's mostly self-taught, but she learned some of the more intricate arcane from a gnomish professor known as Fizzbang Wizzlestein, I think I named him.
Ah, yes. The creator of the zero gravity pen.
Ugh. Trust me, those prototypes were a nasty thing to wrangle when they got upset.
Most of us
Why
just
would-
use pens. But anyway, you know, a gnome is a gnome.
Wait, why the fuck did he make a zero gravity pen?
Well, he always
space.
dreamed of getting on a Spelljammer and flying off into space.
So he made a pen?
That works in zero gravity.
I guess.
Spent decades of his life researching pens. There was
Not
ink.
zero gravity, but pens.
Yeah, not zero gravity or gravitarity. Fucking pen.
I do
Okay.
apologize. What was zero gravity you're referring to?
Do you know what
remember when
gravitarity magic
when you
is? Actually,
No.
I'm not even gonna explain that because I had
He
a dwarf
kinda
explain
turns-
that to me once.
Do you know what a spelljammer is?
I am aware of the Spelljammers recently.
Then a spelljammer creates its own gravity, which is what keeps you on your feet on the ground like this. Yes. Without that magic, you just float off until you get sucked into a star or something, and it's terrible.
yeah, so he would use the levitate spell on himself and try to write with pens, and they would never work, and he'd get very upset.
So, considering that it is gnomish and he was making a gnomish side wheel, they have gravitational problems.
I'm still confused why he just didn't practice graviturgy.
I'm confused why I didn't just use a pencil.
That too, I guess.
That being said, when you get back to Jordova, if you are truly interested in your origins, you might see if there is a Dusk Haven that old.
Right.
As I believe that is one of Alina's prototypes.
Lena. Alright, I'll keep that. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much, sir. Tecum, in everybody's mind, is it rude for these people to tell me the names, or is it just me?
They don't seem very forthcoming about it. And I'm not gonna
It
press
seems
them
like-
considering we don't know anything.
I feel
It seems like
awkward.
it's also just seems to be their way of protecting their own identity. We are still, in a way, strangers to them.
You can roll an insight. Each of you who wants to.
Tecum definitely does. He's starting to
sense.
get, like, nervous and frustrated about it.
makes-
That's
Wow!
really too much.
God bless our party.
Elliot is right on the money with that. You know, he's like, yeah, they're probably very protective. Deckham and Kyle, the more you think about it, probably half of the names you've been given probably are fake. But it is definitely a hiding it because of what they are and what they really do versus anything personal.
Is it, I guess, this is a weird question that gets a little meta, but would it be like the same way that like people in Schlanked would kind of just give out fakes so they don't have to deal with the bullshit more or less, comparatively?
You're getting the feeling that half of the time they're also using accents that aren't their normal accents.
Okay, then definitely.
So I mean, there is a lot of acting going on.
Okay.
Like you remember, like Snowy and her dad being like, when her dad's like, "We're on the clock," as he's got that like bad British Cockney thing going on.
I don't need to be reminded.
Yeah. Whereas Snowy's just like full on with her natural accent. Most of these people you can tell do definitely have a different accent. The more you listen to it, like it slightly peeks through, but they're speaking more to like the locals or to you.
Yeah.
Blending in with this like, oh, we're just a bunch of carnies and circus folk.
All right. That's about all.
Because, like I said, as you looked over at like his souvenirs, he's got bottle openers and knickknacks and stuffed animals and bags of holding.
Yeah. Oh shit! Yeah, I should have got the bag of holding for my fucking wine cooler collection I'm collecting now.
But I mean, like it's like there's some top shelf things that he's selling as like this and that, and then it's like suddenly there's high grade shit that is like wait.
I wish I had his item list of what he was selling before. Oh well. Anyway, don't worry about it too much, Techum. Kind of area of trade kind of thing.
It's like if a robot can sweat.
It's kind of something you notice like now that you're thinking about it, like whenever something like comes up like that, they very deftly kind of just change the subject so you're not either sometimes, or as you're listening around and such, it's like there's a lot of psychological game playing that they're doing with people to protect themselves.
Yeah.
To an extent, you can tell that with you guys, maybe you're kind of made it earlier, kind of a little bit of the talk of the area. So they're being a little bit more open with you because you're Snowy's guests.
Well, I thank you all very much. You've been quite the help.
My brother said you were looking for something for spice preservation.
Yes. We are going to be heading into the swamp quite soon, actually, and I want to have these three to have proper meals while we're in there.
Again, going back to drinking our rum.
Come to my stall of trinkets and knickknacks. He moves around, kicks the sign off. Very deftly. These are a bit more expensive for the regular folks, but let's see, without the frills. He pulls up a small leather pouch. This is the handy spice pouch.
All his lights go pink.
Yes, that's right. It's like a miniature bag of holding, but for spices.
I love it.
Do you have a preference? I have it in Dwarven. I have it in Elven. The weirdness of humans.
Well, none of them are
Exotic stacks.
either of those three. The dwarves usually have a
might I
unique
suggest
style.
the... You know what? I have a good idea. He reaches down, he picks up one that's kind of dyed in a weird leather tie-dye. We call this the grab bag.
I love it.
Has a little bit of everything, maybe. But from what I created it to be, he kind of opens the pouch a little bit, pulls up literally a cappuccino. You hold it over it. Yeah, you're like, where the hell did he get a fresh cappuccino from? For this, first of all, but
Is this like a bag of tricks, but for fucking food?
oh no, he didn't pull the cappuccino out of the bag. He pulled the cappuccino from out behind the counter.
Oh, okay.
Like on a plate. Like, why did he have just a cappuccino sitting behind there on a plate?
Why is it still steaming?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's all the questions you should be asking. As he sets it there, what you do is you take the drawstrings like this, and he kind of pulls them together, swing it around a little bit like this, and when the color changes, then you open the top, take out the sprinkle, and you watch as he kind of reaches in, pulls out, and he poofs it down, and you see basically nutmeg and cinnamon that he sprinkles onto it. Sometimes it's very good because it will know exactly what you need.
This is going to be hilarious.
10% of the time it will screw up. I will warn you on
no.
that one.
Oh god,
All right.
it's gonna be more
So
than 10%.
by Jeebus standards, it's 100% of the time. I'm never ready. I'm ready for this item to blow up like on the second use.
And how much are you asking for this magical bag?
He kind of looks at you, kind of looks around you at Zamar, kind of looks up at the ravens for a moment. If you can get Snowy to stop bugging all of us and being weird, 25 gold.
Here's 50
Listen, I'm
gold.
pretty sure she wants to sleep with me, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing, is she's... Her birth sign was a fucking curse.
Sir,
for all of us.
Sir, I am a very convincing Warforged. I don't think I can convince that woman to stop being so in the mood.
You know, horny's just a better term, right?
Yes, but it's vulgar.
No,
Kyle just
vulgar is
shrugs
whatever
his-
comes out of her mouth sometimes when she's got to talk about things that we have to deal with.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
You can see that there's like an actual amount of like exasperation, like, I wish she wasn't home.
Is she that bad? But no. Yeah. Yeah.
We just had a 30-minute conversation with her, Kyle.
I've had a longer one, and it was worse.
You haven't. I mean, look, she's family, but she's just like her mother. The rest of us all.
I was gonna say dead.
Promiscuous, I suppose. that's
Actually,
the
when
way
you
to-
did you actually? Does she actually say that?
No, Kyle's
okay.
not that. Kyle's not that brash.
Okay.
That was a Mariner joke. Like I said, Kyle's smart in the sense where she's not just gonna start being that much of an asshole unless someone provokes her, and these people really haven't. So, yeah, I kind of figured she was. Whatever.
Look,
She is literally
she's a
playing
damn
into this
good-
stereotype hard.
she's a damn good vampire hunter. She's just. It's like a PTSD stare, just like.
Trust me, I understand that all too well.
Is it some sort of curse as she does this, or is it her own volition?
On our homeworld, the stars determine a lot about a person. I was born under the sign of the salesman. And the creator, but that's why I can make such things as this. She was born under the sign of lust and the star of lust at the time of lust, so it was a complete clusterfuck of what the hell.
Now I'm starting to feel really bad for most of you people.
So it's a medical condition.
I don't think it's magical at that point. I think it's just her fate.
I said medical.
Oh. I thought
So
you said-
apparently the face divined her to be a lust fiend. I see.
No, she's not a succubi. I've seen those.
And you would have sensed her if she's a
That's a
fiend.
lie.
I mean, he's not
I
wrong.
think she might give us succubus a run for their money.
Well, anyway, so yeah. Alright, 50 gold's fine for me. I'm not gonna pass away it seems.
He has a 50 cold. Like, yeah, no, there's no way I'm convincing her.
It was worth a shot.
I will still attempt, but I don't know if
you
I
have
can
any
fight the
patience?
stars.
I think you
Is
have a
it
better
This
chance.
lady right here. This lady wants to take me to the back rooms and make sweet nothings with me.
Fighter.
She's also my race though, so
You watches like if you say that, you literally watch as he reaches down, pulls out a thing. You're probably gonna need these in the morning.
Which one are you?
oh god, why am I going that way?
Well, at the very least, yeah. I'm not even gonna
There's Pixel.
Attempt fade
There's
with this.
Pepper.
Jesus. Yeah, I'll fucking fight her.
You'll fight her?
Bitch.
God. Fucking throwdown.
Bro.
It's a throwdown.
Oh my god.
All right, thank you very much, sir. And I do believe that we have a show to catch.
Yeah, you have a little bit of time for that. At least a
I
good
thought I was-
hour.
How long have I been in that tent for?
Couple hours.
I don't see any owls. Hours though.
Don't make fun of my accent.
Elliot will just look over to Weiss and just ask, how much is for these bloodroot vials?
That one's free, and the ingredients you should be able to procure and do. You seem capable enough if you've already been doing bloodroot.
Right. Thank you for that. As he gives a slight nod. At least I won't have to be scurrying around in the land of ice for that.
Do you actually like look at the paperwork?
He does.
No.
It's an alchemical composition, but it's there's some things you're not entirely sure of, but you're pretty sure like you remember seeing some of these things listed at Vasily's. You've heard Deckham talk about them.
The only thing that comes to mind to Elia is that, at least when he was training with Greybeards, that they had to do a lot of running in the land of black ice near his home area of Blackmore. So, like,
But at the end of the day, it's just kind of like a distilled tincture of things.
they were burning off more ingredients than necessary. Okay, let me just write that down.
But you looking at it and like the instructions, like one of these bottles will probably last you potentially a week or two.
Looks over to Weiss and just asks, I don't suppose there's a request or payment that I might have to fulfill for you in this exchange.
If the stories I've heard are true, you already do good work.
All
We
in the light
don't
of Saint-
charge each other.
He just quietly or very gently folds up the recipe and places it into one of the chest pockets for safekeeping. Right, I suppose we have a show to go to, and looks over to Zamar, and I suppose you'll be needing Deckham for your backseat show.
God, I hope.
I'm going to be needing some Deckham. Deckham might not know.
Is that what they're calling it
he's-
nowadays? I swear I've been out of the loop way too fucking long. Kyle just drinking?
What do I have to do with this?
Simple, Deckham. You
Let's
are
just
the
say that
chaperone
it's for my
for
own
the
brevity's sake.
I think if anything, you're more of a wingman.
I don't have wings.
That's you can't
we're
tell
gonna
me you
get to
don't
him,
know
don't
that
worry.
idiom. No,
I
I'm
know
pretty
you're
sure
an
someone
idiot.
else is gonna get Never mind, I'm not even gonna make that joke. Kyle like just stops herself like,
Right. Deckham, just think of it this way. You are simply protecting Zemar's integrity. If
oh, he's losing that immediately. Kyle just saying while she's drinking.
and making sure things don't go too far. And then
What I've-
Elliot gets up and turns ahead to the show.
From what I heard from the horrible sending messages I got, I don't think too far is far enough, which is a scary thing.
Which reminds me, we should probably break that link before I go back there.
Please do. And Kyle just immediately you just hear like a mental snap almost, kind of like a radio feedback for a split second, but then it stops.
And I walk over. Oh, come on, buddy. You don't wanna be
No.
along for the ride?
No. I would sooner fucking be forced to eat a nuke. Looked at that.
But you can come back with Deckham and I.
No.
He's got the nuke in his face.
Yeah, I know he does. And I've dealt with one of those before, if they're saying it's a gem bomb. Not great. I've watched it destroy a city.
I'm fantastic.
No, you're fine, Deckham. What you're carrying is like a deadly weapon that I don't ever want to see again.
I'm not carrying it. It's powering me. It's how I move. It's how I act. It's how
It's
I'm
entirely
here.
modified.
I'm aware I've also seen someone highly modify their... Again, destroyed half a city.
I mean, in reality, I guess that is more along the lines of a primordial channel conduit, so...
Oh. Yeah, that doesn't make me feel any better.
I mean, if it did...
I love how they're trying to...
He kind of stops for a moment, then he watches, he pulls out a notebook, kind of jots down some notes. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be too bad. Only about the size of a house.
Kyle's just walking away at that point, the moment he said that.
I'm nervous.
Only if someone dispelled all 47 different checks and safeties on it.
Why did... You know, I'm kind of
I'm
glad
missing
that it
3.
has that many. Just gonna keep that in mind to always be far away from Deckham.
I mean, you'd have to enter an anti-magic field to do that, I think.
You know. Now I know I'm missing 3.
And, I mean, of course, if you enter an anti-magic field, you just shut down. Potentially. Oh, wait, nope, you have a... Oh, I see.
No, I have redundancies.
Should I be worried about any of this?
Not
No.
really.
All right, again. Guess
Elliot's already gone.
I imagine they're walking and well, Kyle's walking and talking while they're doing that, but
He's just calling from a stat. No.
all right.
Elliot also just thinks to himself, I guess Kyle probably hears like, you know, I'm glad I actually broke my own hand when she was attempting to seduce me as well.
She would have broken the link by then, so
Okay.
yeah. You can keep that one to yourself. We'll keep that in the The scary memory box.
Yep. Elliot's also putting that in in that particular word. Like, yep. I resist temptation.
Kyle has other reasons. Also because not very keen on people that are that forthcoming.
All right, I guess we
Considering
go
who she's
to.
dealt with. If anything, Sunny's giving her PT. Sunny, fucking Snowy. I don't know why the fuck I said Sunny.
Sonny was her brother.
Oh dear God. Then I guess Rain was their cousin.
What?
Sorry.
No, actually, Rain was around, but
Really?
yes. There's Snowy's actual name is Winterpaws, and then there's Summer Paws and Rainy Paws, and
I hate that, but I love it at the same time.
I see one for each type of season.
it was also because of the coloration. Snowy
Ah.
was named because she was white and gray. Summer is orange and gray.
I guess the other one was blue and gray.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Makes sense.
onward to watch Top Gun, but I don't think he's gonna be on top. I'm sorry, that joke was holding on for a minute.
I kind of feel that. Yeah, I felt that.
All right. So, are you guys doing anything in the last hour? Anything you want to check out?
I think I'm good.
Elliot would inform Decim and Kyle about what he heard in the librarian information he gathered.
I think Kyle's good as well, because there's... To put it bluntly, just how she sees it, she's kind of here for a job to get a person and go, but she's also trying to be civil, considering Sunny, or keep saying fucking Sunny. Snowy had offered them tickets and stuff, so she's trying to be just civil and cordial. That's about it, though. Otherwise, she would have left if they could have found a guide already.
Okay.
Right. Again, Elliot's just informing. He'll also just go quickly on the highlight parts. When we go through the Ichor Swamp, we have to apparently beware of the rabbits. But there isn't too much information beyond that.
Were they like dire rabbits? Big rabbits?
I'm suspecting. Well, there was this creature back at in Oarth, or at least around Blackmore, that use a simple disguise of a. You ever heard of a creature called the wolf and sheep clothing?
I mean, I've heard of the phrase. I don't
Term,
know.
yes.
Yes.
There's actually a creature that is also called that.
All right.
It looks like a simple woodland creature on a wooden stump. And should one think of approaching it, it is actually some sort of tendril plant-like monster.
Oh. All right then.
The luring trap, I would give it that. It almost ate me when I was in my 10th year of life.
How
That
old
means
are
you were
you
10.
again?
Yes.
I mean, Decim, how old are you?
What are we going by here?
See what I mean? Looks at him what he was saying to Elliot and then throws it at him.
I'm confused, but at the same time, yes. So, if they're mentioning something about beware the rabbits, could mean a few things. Could be a creature that is using rabbits as a distraction. Could also be the warning of the swamp witch being around if she's as quirky as everyone has mentioned her to be.
I mean, she could just have rabbit familiars that just probably eat us alive or something.
That too. So, if such a collection of monster hunters in a library has a note saying to beware the rabbits, I suppose we should keep that in mind. Also,
Did it say beware or watch out for?
look back online, my things here. No, it says beware of the rabbits.
Ah, alright.
If you want in case I may have misheard it, there was a librarian, Devolos, a librarian that apparently has a tent that has more space in it than it should.
Isn't that
I
most of the
believe
places
they
here?
all do.
I was gonna say.
Which I'm beginning to notice. Also, I looked for information on the breach and Morthold. The breach. Apparently, there's something about corpse flowers.
Ew.
Also, about 90 something percent of the population is not local. There is something about a group called the Cleaners, and something about be wary of the Iron Harvest.
The what?
Looks at
I
Degum.
don't-
Does the Iron Harvest ring any bells for me?
Decum, I will let you roll a history.
Alright.
It is a a very high DC, but
I believe in Jeebus'
6.
ability. I didn't
Can I
believe in it
burn my
that hard, though.
inspiration to give him another?
Yeah, sure.
Jeebus has his own inspiration. Let him burn it. He's an adult. He can use his own.
Up to you.
I'm giving
Fuck
him mine.
15.
You know, because I want to see Jeebus suffer. Let's go one more time.
Why?
I also have an
13.
inspiration.
We have one.
Yeah.
We all have one. I only making roll 6
Go ahead,
times.
Jeebus.
What? 9.
For posterity's sake, you might as well burn your
Fuck!
own.
I used my 2. We're a group. 9.
I've never
I hate you
felt
all!
happier in my life to watch a man roll.
I'm super impressed, Jeebus.
What I imagine, it's like Deckham sorting through the files, and it's like, nope, wait, nope.
And then where each of us
Right.
are like walking up to him, like, "Oh, did you check this section?"
Yeah. Or like, Deckham's like,
Just because you guys want this so much.
Why do you all do this to me?
no, I wanted this so Jeebus could suffer because I wanted to see him roll. But I would actually want to know as well.
Decum, just because I feel like it. And you rolled a 15, and everybody burned their
The
inspirations.
pity.
You were just so petty about it.
And I rolled with, within that 20 percentile.
Oh my god.
As you're going back through, the struggle is because you can't really remember because it's back before then. and you have different terms. You remember that historically there was a time after the war that you were in, they called a period of that the Iron Harvest, where fields were finding, torn apart war machines and war forged, and they were called it an Iron Harvest because they were, these farmers were basically having to sell scrap just to keep alive and to get their fields back in order because of these wars, the First Dragon War. But then there's something you do remember, but you don't really know what it was. It was. Let me see if I can find an image for it. Oh, come on. There's got to be a good one here. Where is it? Oh, yeah, that would probably be the one. Just a moment for me to upload it here. Make sure where it is, where to go. There we go. Uploading. Shrink that down on my side so it's not taking up a huge amount of space. It's kind of just a flash, but it's almost like you're reading a file that designated something that you witnessed.
Oh. Right.
Whoa.
Let's just say the Iron Harvest is a bit more than just a bunch of farmers picking up scrap. You know how, well, you can become undead?
Yes,
Mm,
yes.
Wait, are you referring if I were to become a fool?
In
embracing
a
them.
way. Yeah, I'm just saying, there's somewhat of an equivalent for Warforged. I believe I caught a glimpse of it when I was decommissioned. And let's just say it's something you don't want to run into in an empty field.
I'm assuming the survival rate of it in an empty field is pretty much none.
0.023, I think.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
I take it it's more of a battle-oriented Warforge, or
No, it's more of a soul-eating Warforged.
Your information on it, even with the flash, you know that it was something that was designed by the enemy. Going on the idea that it's undead, you did see it killing people and utilizing weird energies and stuff and necrotic, but you're not entirely sure if it was undead or not, because sometimes it seemed like it was infernal, sometimes it had energy you couldn't understand. You also know it's about the size of a house.
Let's just say if one of those tents came alive and started eating people, it would use the necrotic energy from it. If it, decided to eat a demon, it would use its infernal energy. It consumes and uses the energy that it consumes, I can only assume. Like I said, I was decommissioned at the time. I was barely functional.
Alright. So we gotta deal with a magical consuming soul robot or rabbits. Now I'm liking rabbits a little bit more.
Yes, but I sink in swamps.
Just
Can I get
watch
waterlogged?
out.
We hope.
Can you? Kyle's just like, do you not have a way to just walk around or look for different patches of more drier swamp area?
I can, but I'm a 300-pound death machine. Who's also a
I
butler.
suppose. I suppose my own armor would also be a hindrance as well, as he kind of looks at his chainmail.
Who needs armor?
We should have to find you better armor.
Me?
Uh,
I got
No,
fine
neither
armor.
of you two.
Come on.
Him.
I believe he's referring to me.
Also, doesn't that still have holes punched in it from your mom?
That's what I'm saying. It's very easy to stab
I
at this
would-
point. I think I could do it.
I would like to make a correction, but that thing was never my mother.
Sure. I mean,
Absolutely.
okay. Kyle's just like not gonna even touch on that subject. That's
Yeah,
bad.
and Elliot really emphasizes on thing.
I see we are at an impasse, as we usually are with these two. Or as they call it, the impasse. Why the
The
fuck is there an
impasse
E in
of no
impasse?
The impasse of no nonsense and too serious. When
This
it
is why
comes
they
to
get
vamp.
along so great, especially when they start butting heads. Why we're great party guys.
But that going, Elliot adding to is like, well, since we are going through the Icarus swamp, also I believe there was something about
Left a comment
mortal that
go as well to make sure.
might be dangerous for those of us who enter, perhaps mostly for myself, that would enter holy sites, which is
Oh,
odd
good.
considering that.
Well, Deckham, aren't you touched by a god, so to speak?
I don't
That's
think
what gave you
so.
sentience? I thought that's what gave you sentience, so... Unless I'm misremembering when you told us about that.
It's complicated.
No, it is freezing cold up there. Dangerous zealots, and kind of reminds me of the land of black ice. Close, well, that surrounds Blackmore.
So glad I
But
didn't have to do any of that.
it is a bit of a warning. At least the warning I got was to be wary of people there, since they are mostly fighting for survival. Not quite good nor evil. They're just fighting for survival, and apparently something about be wary of church, dark places, colleges, and the fact that people seem to be fighting but have forgotten their reason for fighting.
Oh, we're going to be dealing with bards?
Oh, God, I don't want to deal with colleges again. All those fucking student loans. Sorry.
Elliot just looks very blank, confused. What exactly are these college loans you speak of?
It was a really bad joke. Though Bullock's Academy did charge an arm and a leg that went there, so that's a whole other issue.
Is our education free?
Fuck no. When you live in a city as influential as that, they try to extort every piece of gold out of you. Or Electrum if you're in Schlankton, but we don't talk about that.
Why would you use Electrum? That is the most wasted currency that I have ever seen exist.
I still have two pieces.
Because they're sitting on a gold mine and silver mine that overproduces way too much that gold is actually cheaper than Electrum. Which don't understand how that works.
Neither do I, and I know for the...
Oh, wait, no. I remember now. Sorry, this is also Mariner remembered. It's because they don't have the ability to make Electrum where they are, but they have the access to gold and silver so much so that it's just commonplace. Now I remember why exactly it's so fucked.
I am confused.
Go on.
Why not just make more silver and gold?
Do you know how general economics and inflation starts going?
No,
Sure.
because I live as a pauper.
Okay, so basically, if you have too much of something, then the value of it will slowly go.
I'm making jalapeno poppers.
I was just about to say, poppers.
I was gonna say it too, but then I remember Deckham can't eat, so I can't say
No, the is him
which,
microwaving the jalapeno poppers.
which again, just to emphasize, Elliot pulls out an alms box
Okay.
that's already been pretty much been busted up a little bit due to their travels, but like I hope you do remember I had this when we were at
No,
the crossman.
I'm aware, but back, just think of it this way: they have so much gold and silver, and they can't make Electrum. That Electrum is just more valuable to them. That's the easiest way to think of it.
To waste gold and silver to make a useless currency.
Yeah, I think that's what most people think of that place.
Not
but
even that
then again,
conductive.
no. As a DM, I
Imagine the
feel like
amount of silver arrows you can make, or spears, or swords, just to.
considering they run the market on a lot of bullshit, I think that's what they use. They have so much excess for. Like, I'd
Your,
like
wor-
once. Go. Sorry. Go ahead.
your world is an oddly technological, backwards one. I can't help but feel that is the case.
That's one way to put it.
It is advanced in technology, but it seems like it is backwards in its thinking.
I don't know if I should take that as an insult as a DM or not. I feel insulted.
This is just
I know. I
Elliot's
know.
one thought as
I
he
know.
looks
I
at
mean,
it.
nah, just kidding. But
Have we taken a short
yeah,
rest yet?
I'm assuming we have while we're walking and talking.
Yes, you got a short rest at least.
Yay!
All right, cool. Let me get my. Hey,
Let me
look,
get
it's
my
almost as
challenge
high as
review
Deckham's
back.
history rolls.
Now I can roll.
I don't need that much health back, so I'm not gonna roll much health dice. I only took like 4. I took 8 points of damage. Elliot, please.
Hey, what can I say? I only got a +2 on my con, okay? There we go. 17.
I actually almost forgot the reason why Electrum is like the main currency of Schlanken, and then I remembered in one moment, and I'm like, God, I hate how stupid this sounds. But it's also so funny. It also makes sense for how disconnected Schlanken is for most places, that people just upcharge Electrum up the ass for them to make it, so that just is more valuable.
Right, so that's all I got so far from those 3 places that we are heading towards.
Well, they all sound awful. So, nothing new.
At least we're a bit more aware of what could be our possible threats and enemies.
So we're just
Oh,
watching
speaking of
for
enemies, Sinma, do you have any idea what those people were after?
Well, after my short conversation, seems like my family might not be as saintish as I may have thought they were, and I think they were just after me in general, or a head of just my family in general.
Aren't you the head of your family?
A head, any head
a
of
head
my
from your
family.
family. Should we deal with that soon? Sooner rather than later?
I'm being honest, I am still very nervous. I've been kind of looking over my shoulder constantly. The
Don't
sooner we
worry.
can
I
take,
see all around us. I'm constantly
sooner
on
I can
alert.
take care of feeling a little more comfortable in this area, the better. Or the sooner we get out, the better.
I'm a bit more concerned now since it seems like a similar situation we've all went through due to my family situation.
I'm beginning to think everything here is just kind of fucked with family situations. Outside of Deckham, who just
Ellie looks at Kyle.
Well, we had to save my family, so I technically are not super off.
well, you don't want to save mine. Well, let me rephrase that. One's dead, and the other are dead to me, so I guess I kind of am off on easy street.
Except
Being honest,
they
I don't really know much of my family. Just want to know. Apparently they're not liked very much around these parts.
Well, that woman that came in and helped us during the fight. Did you recognize her?
Didn't recognize her, no, but she seemed to know a lot about my family.
You sure she might be related to Snowy in some way?
God, I hope not.
Maybe she didn't know a lot about my family, but she knew that I should be more careful about showing that I am of this family. Something that I didn't even know I was doing. And I'm pretty sure I told them that why I was wearing these hand wraps. I'm pretty sure I mentioned what she told me to them.
Yeah,
If I
you
remember
guys
right.
remember Chief Constable Morgana de Miserine was the one who kind of
that
pointed
one.
out that there was a mark on, or one of his like spots was odd or something, and she said to cover it, but she didn't really say why.
I feel like we find an answer to a mystery only to get more questions to another mystery. Or
Isn't it
deeper
fun?
into it.
No, not in the slightest. I just want to go home.
Party poopers.
All right, Deckham.
Yes.
We are in a plane of existential dread.
Yes.
No, we're on the ground.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
I'm not a spelljammer.
I'm a professional dad. Okay, leave me alone.
I know. To be fair, I've made those kind of jokes today as well. So, but we are on a plane of exponential dread. Can never say that fucking word. That bring our worst fears and traumas to life and wrap mysteries in bullshit that we didn't even want to deal with or have to deal with. How is any of that in any way fun?
Well, I'm just trying to beat the plane in its own game.
We've also survived
I made
said
bingo cards.
accidents horrors.
Oh my god. Do you please tell me he has like 3 different cards with like different marks of we'll die here.
There are. Deckham's is like for the first season. It's like not even filled in at all. Like he was super off. For Elliot.
What was her name? What was her name? It was the one that. What was the name of the saint that you kept failing?
Fucking
Sammy, yeah. The center one was Sammy, actually
Sammy
good
is a
person.
saint.
Yeah,
Sammy is
Sammy,
actually a
that was his
saint.
free space, and then he had to cross it out.
Stupid.
I almost had the fucking bingo.
Most of Zinmars are blank because he just showed up and he doesn't know any of his quirks yet.
God, I hate to see
What
Kyle.
is Elliot?
Zinmar, cat? Question mark.
Cat?
Wait, please tell me Kyle's just like tries to murder a child. I'm like, well, shit, I didn't think I'd cross this one out.
Yeah, I was in like one of the bottom corners. Like, oh, this is just stupid. What the hell?
Elliot will be very curious to look at his own.
Point being,
I just made myself have to make bingo cards now.
Yeah, gracious. Oh my fucking god. But point being, Deckham, I just want to get home at the end of the day. And that's what we're slowly working towards.
Well, of course. Why can't we have
Fine.
fun doing it?
You just see her like rubbing her temples. Yeah. Yeah.
If you let this plane get to you, that's what it wants. Then it probably will keep you here longer.
I'm
If
not
you ignore all
necessarily
the
letting it.
troubles.
Oh my god.
What?
Nicely done.
I see that one there. I'm not ignoring the trouble so much as I just want to get out of here as quickly as possible.
Right, so you're avoiding the trouble, so it's going to throw even worse stuff at us until we deal with it.
God, I hope it just throws
Some
like
places
3
like this
rockets at
work.
us.
Ever done an escape room before?
No, why would I? Well, sure. Oh, hey, Richard.
Who the fuck is this edgelord?
This is Van Richten,
that
aka
is-
Richard,
Sir Rudolph Van Richten.
or
That sounds like an
the
edgelord.
artist formerly known as Richard. Sorry.
Pain?
First of all, my artist name was Ricardo.
Why?
Sounds fancy.
Because I had a tiger and fuck you, that's why.
Why did you have a tiger?
Because I trained it to kill Vistani.
Hey, Mike
And
Tyson,
vampires.
calm
And werewolves.
Decca looks
Wait,
around
wait,
the
wait,
room.
wait,
Wait a
wait,
minute.
wait. I was gonna say, aren't we in a Vistani camp?
No, we're in a Giagoto camp.
Which
We're in a gelato camp.
I haven't
Giagoto
seen
is the
any ice
Vistani
cream
word
around.
for extended family.
I mean, is that still not Vistani by extension then? If we want to get technical.
Look, I had some problems in my last life, you know, when the Vistani sold off my son to a vampire who then tortured and murdered him and then sent him to kill me.
You know?
So I kind of, and then, the curse of not dying until everyone I know and love would die before me in front of me. I feel like I might have been justified just a little, but I have gotten past this racism and shit.
True, you haven't stabbed Elliot within 5 seconds of meeting him like I did.
He is damn here, and you're racist as fuck.
Oh, I'm well aware that I am. But mine's kind of, hard boiled into me. Points at like her antlers and her ears.
Like an egg. A
But your
very
friend
grumpy
Deckham does
egg.
have a good point.
Right.
Ha! Takes out a piece of paper and makes a check mark.
That means the domains are a dangerous place full of pain, suffering, corruption. Everything you can imagine, really. But if you don't keep a positive attitude to some degree, are you any better than the rest of them?
And that's why I'm here with these two grumpy fucks.
Meanwhile,
Which
Zamir.
I appreciate.
Zin Ma, I'm not
that-
counting you. I haven't been with you long enough to know if you're a grump or not. See, it's right here. Shows you a piece of paper. Cat, question mark? Grumpy, question mark?
I hate that my first thing in my mind is that I'm the fucking Game Grumps theme. With fucking Kyle and fucking Elliot. I'm glad someone got that joke.
Elia just adds the situation with the island of Cicero is, I suppose, temporarily resolved.
Yeah. So you don't have to worry about that for right now.
You're going to have to tell me all that later because the show will get started soon, and it sounds like it's going to take more than 20 minutes to tell me, so...
Yes, and other details to it, which are aggravatingly annoying. Elliot will now start to proceed to look for a seat to sit on.
Yeah, the gate, the main tent starts to open. You start seeing locals pile in.
Deckham pulls out his ticket to see if there's assigned seating.
Oh my god.
There is not.
Please tell me
Barbarism.
Dex just- You know, you could just take the front. Kyle's just walking to the front row and just kind of like.
Yeah, everybody
down.
roll me a perception.
I hate these. I'm good at
Not a
them, but I hate
persuasion, a perception.
Oh!
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't click the right one.
Guys, why the team? This is just like fucking one in the chamber all over again.
This is what I get for rolling like a fucking.
Hey, I
dog.
rolled a
Wow,
good thing.
it really is.
I
don't have
rolled good
advantage.
on my perception.
You did. We're very proud
Yeah.
of you.
I love
Good
this. I love this in such a weird way.
I hate our party, but I love them.
I'm +6.
I have a +7.
You the 8, 9, and 9. You guys, as you're looking around and the lights and stuff, you notice a few people at least.
Oh my god, Vasily's here. I could finally ask him to join our crew.
They have a ship
who
yet.
showed up?
I'm collecting crew members, Jeebus. I
Being
already
that it's
have-
a 9 and you recognize Vasily
Oh no.
sitting next to him.
Oh, certain.
This is gonna get ugly fast.
There's an adorable couple.
Oh yes, the crazy man.
Zinmar with a 21. You notice somebody wearing a cloak, but still a 21.
Of course.
I kind of asked. Does everybody see the guy in the cloak?
It's a girl in a cloak.
Yeah, that's a
Everybody
woman.
see the girl in the cloak?
It's just you.
Shit! I just got the up there.
Like
Top.
she's got it hooded and covering, so that she can't really be seen or trying to hide. But with your perception, somehow you're like, wait, that nose looks familiar. Wait, I've seen that before.
Yeah, I kind of nudged to Deckham, who's the person that's standing next to me, and kind of try to focus in on her, or what I assume is her. I can only see a cloak.
Who wears a cloak when it's not even raining? How garish.
No. Take a closer look.
I beg your pardon. I wear it because I'm ugly. Some this hideous old woman walks by.
Well, no, you are beautiful, I hope, on the inside.
You do know, Degum, wearing cloaks even when it's not raining is kind of normal.
For thieves and hooligans.
I take offense to that as a hooligan and a thief.
And look at you, not even wearing a cloak. Get a character.
Technically this is, because to kind of describe what a
jacket.
happy is, it's less of a happies are fucking huge comparatively. Those traditional coats you'd see at shogunates wear that are
Yeah.
way too big.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
yeah.
it is. Yeah.
Deckham
There's a
has
little bit-
no idea what the fuck that is, though.
True. I mean, it's technically a modified cloak. It just fits very, very snugly.
But, well, Zidma, do you want to sit next to it, or should we just keep an eye? Because
I think keep an eye for now.
All right. Where'd she go? Oh shit, there she is.
Where'd you go? Didn't
And
move.
I told you because. Never mind.
because you're the wingman now.
Me
apparently, to
realizing
the
that the
cat.
robot has ADHD.
I don't think he has ADHD more so than the fact that he's a perfectionist.
All right, well, let's sit directly across. So, oh look, I recognize these two.
Don't make direct. I can't.
Hello!
Don't make it obvious. Don't make it obvious.
Oh no.
Ah, Mr. Dick.
It's good to see you again.
Oh no.
Yes, I thought I would get away from Bell's Harbor for a bit. Traveling up here is a bit wetter than waiting for the circus to make it down to Barcelona. Besides, the story tonight is a bit personal, so I thought I would come and see and critique it.
Are you sure?
Yes, I
you
heard there
want
will
to
be
here?
testicular torsion.
You just say?
Excuse me?
What?
did you say?
I talked to Snowy. Didn't she kick Strahd
No,
in the
I mean
nuts?
like what? Okay, it was what I thought you'd say.
Yeah, he did.
Oh,
take
right.
this. So Vasily, I have a question.
And you probably, yes, do have a 50% off coupon waiting, yeah?
No, that's not what I wanted to
Wait,
ask.
Kyle, don't ruin it.
Alright. How can I help you?
So, how keen are you to your shop currently?
Very.
I was just curious if we could use your alchemy services somewhere else that wasn't in your shop.
She's ruining it.
I like a house call?
Hold on. Let me roll something.
If that house is a boat and you live there,
Let me roll that.
on the
Okay,
looks
yeah,
over it.
hold on. I'll put it bluntly now because I rolled like ass for that. So, to put it bluntly, I'm putting together a crew to kind of go on the open ocean at some point, and having an alchemist on deck might actually be extremely helpful.
You want me to go on a ship as your alchemist.
yes.
He kind of looks at Mir, looks at Elliot, kind of looks at Deckham, looks at everybody.
Ellie's just keeping a very stone-faced expression while
Mir, you kind of look and see Mir. She just kind of has kind of the littlest of smiles of amusement. I must decline, Miss Kai. I am absolutely terrified of fucking open water. Okay.
Is it because of the your other half?
Yeah. It's very much it.
Well, I thought I'd ask at the very least. But you just gotta kind of sit back. No
I
harm,
mean,
no
I
foul.
understand that I am, technically human now, but yeah, he's
No. I completely understand.
hydrophobia. Yeah, kind of a
Someone that actually has hydrophobia. and so
Declan
I
puts
feel it's
puts a
mad.
hand on his shoulder. I'm terrified as well, but they're dragging me out there.
Deckham, you're like a buoy. At least we could pull you back in if we tie a chain. to
I'm
you.
like an anchor, not a buoy. I'm not going to float. I'm doing the opposite. I do the opposite of floating.
Can't you just have Cade install some like floating apparatuses or some little fans that'll push you upward?
Well, if you
Some
study pens for
kingdoms, they
long
use
enough,
sheep's
maybe you can
bladders.
make a pen that works underwater.
He made one of those too.
The pen goes up, but Deckham goes down.
Mir just kind of smiles. I hear in some places they use sheep's bladders as flotation devices.
I don't think I want to tie sheep bladders to Deckham.
And that's a reference
Yes.
about 3 people got.
That was lost
How
on
would
me.
those poor sheep pee?
Yeah, that depends on how many you had.
Why are we worried about Jeep piss right now?
What's a Jeep?
You boil the piss out of them. Like
I
kidney
hate you.
pie.
Fucking hate you. Kyle's just like, after that joke, she's like, when's the show starting? Kind of like looking at her invisible watch.
Though I do notice your friends are waiting for you over there if you were looking. And you see Zan kind of waving.
You know,
Zan!
just kind
Ting, 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 ting.
of, it was still nice to see you again. And,
Hello.
Vasily. Kyle's... Or actually, Kyle's gotta wait till the others leave for a second.
Actually, Elliot was going to says
Oh, you...
as mostly toward Mir. If possible, if you're not leaving right away, I do have a few questions to ask after the show.
I suppose I can make time for it.
It shouldn't take too long, but since it's more of a pressing matter, it's best to just ask that after the show and not sour the performance.
Kyle's about to sour it real fast.
Yeah, well, Elliot's not focusing on you.
She
Kyle
kind
was
of
just
gently
So-
moves.
Yeah.
She gently like puts her hand on yours. Oh, I mean, we can take all the time you need.
I'll have to decline
And
on
don't
that
worry,
particular.
there are ways of prolonging things. And you just see Vasily just sitting over there, just he's starting to crack up.
Oh, dear God.
Right. Performance first, and then conversation later. Gives a polite bow.
Just so I remember, because it's been a bit, Mir is the niece to Lord Grey?
That's what
Or
she's
the-
told you.
That's what
Yes.
we know.
Yeah, that I was just kind of clarifying.
But she's
what
definitely
information we had.
someone powerful in that group.
Yeah,
And a full-fledged vampire.
yeah.
Which really makes you
That's
wonder
why-
how the fuck she's in here, but
And a hot anime girl.
Finally, it hits all my boxes. Kidding. Before Kyle leaves, he's like, Miss Mir. And this is like the first time Kyle's like ever addressed this shit.
Oh no, we left
Kyle
Kyle
she's-
alone, the vampire.
Yeah. Don't worry.
yes, Miss Kaya.
We may need to call in that favor that we need from Lord Grey.
Oh,
Are you
may
aware?
I
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead?
Are you aware of the grafting vampire running around? Or fuck, was Valaria a vampire? I forget.
Yes.
Okay, my brain's being. Just making sure.
The grafting vampire. I know a grifting one.
No, not that. And she'll kind of say hush because she noticed what happened last time she mentioned the name. Valaria.
Sadly, yes, I have had to get to know that one. What? Um,
I'm just asking if Lord Grey, at least for myself, not so much for the others, could remove. I'll put it in quotations as restrictions to put her down. I don't need them getting involved in my mess.
I will talk to him. I'd make no guarantees. You see, Lord Grey he keeps tabs on monsters like that to make sure they don't get to do their little fun.
Yeah. That's why at least. And you kind of hear her biting her tongue. Trust. Especially with what happened, considering the family we'd help assist before. That there'd be some leeway.
As I said, there is possibility, but I can't make any guarantees until I talk to him. It would be up to him to decide if you're capable.
Well, I do appreciate. At least you're willing to talk to him. And you could just hear it, and Kyle just like gritting her teeth, and every word she's trying to bite back her tongue. Have a good day. And she only says that while looking at Vasily, not fucking Mir.
She kind of, as you walk away, you hear her, for what it's worth, that's why she's in her little gilded cage.
Yeah.
People like you.
Yeah. Alright. Kyle's just gonna break open the rum bottle and just wait for the show to start. As she's walking over to the rest of the party.
Right. So, okay. Hey, you guys are here. I dare say it's good to see all of you. See, it's very good to see all of you, senors, senorita. I have not been out to a show in so long.
Yes. Out of general curiosity, since we haven't been to one yet, do these end in bloodshed?
You look around and everybody
I
kind of
really
looks
hope-
like, oh, you don't really know, and then like Van Richten kind of leans over. No, they don't.
God, I hope they don't end in orgies then.
LH just
Okay,
looks-
let's be back to this. My understanding from the history is that's only happened twice, and the bloodshed has happened 4 times.
Wait.
All within reason.
There's a. Sure.
I mean, considering this is going to be my actual first performance I get to watch, I would
It is
hate
highly
to have-
unlikely here. Mostly because I don't suspect that a horde of vampires or zombies or ghouls are going to assault us, and or
Kyle
lycanthropes.
Kyle knocks on wood at the fucking chair.
And what
And the
about
other one is well, we're not in that domain, so
what about cloaked assassins that were stab happy toward our friend here as he gestures over to Zamar?
oh, you see sort of oh, and who might that be?
Who's addressing me?
Syndra.
Oh.
Well, Syndra was too.
I'm
The captain of the submarine.
Right. I'm just a new guy in the crew.
Oh, I know who you are. I
So-
meant the one's attacking you.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Well, I know a little bit, but it seems like
But you
it's more
didn't-
complicated for me to really address at the moment.
What, you didn't leave one alive and then torture him until he talked? Or
No,
she?
we left
It.
we left one alive, talked to him because his mouth was shown stuff, and then died of
He
poison.
committed suicide.
Oh.
That being said, we'll divulge more information after the performance.
Oh.
So it's-
Yes, I would like to watch this one. I hear that's very interesting. You see, Zen, I really want to see who they got to play my part.
Well, this is gonna be an interesting show. As
I have no idea what's
Elliot,
going on. I'm just very excited.
I share your excitement, Deckham. I share your excitement. As Elliot actually leans back, arms crossed, looks very.
I share your excitement. I'm gonna be moody.
Does he smile?
There, you can roll perception.
Deckham needs this.
And so when Kyle smiles is when you leave the room.
21.
Yeah, there's a very small crack of a smile on the edges of his mouth, and the eyes are a little bit more alive as he's looking with interest.
He takes out a piece of paper and makes a check mark. This
God
shows it to
damn it.
Zan, and Zan takes out a different piece of paper.
Some of this will have tokens. Some of this will be theater of the mind. Most of it will be theater of the mind.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Because, of course, I couldn't find good tokens. So I need some good music. Let's see here. What do we got here? Nope, that's not one. Hmm. Those are crowds. I'm not sure what to use, so we're just gonna see if I can find something here. Need something a little bit upbeat, but not over the top. If someone wants to adjust that and find something good for us.
We're looking.
Yeah.
I'm
I'll leave it to
looking.
you guys. I'm gonna be right back.
I'm
So-
Go
scrolling,
for it,
but-
Mariner. You got it.
No, I haven't found anything I want.
The what was the 21 perception for?
To see if Elliot was smiling.
Ah. The lights begin to drop. Leaving, just the arena itself, the center area. And as you watch this center area, there is a symbol that appears as fire. This bluish fire begins to burn around and swirls up, and before going out, leaving a woman standing before you. She is wearing very much a ringleader outfit, tailcoat, it's tight, it's shaped to her. Good evening, Peridon, and all of those who are here from beyond the mists. I am the leader of this, the Zircus des Arcanen, Lori, Weathermay Foxgrove. And I wish to welcome you all to tonight's show. For those who have not been to the circus beforehand, we theme every tour to a new story crafted to excite the senses, to intrigue the minds, and otherwise, at the very least, entertain. Tonight's story is about a vampire lord. A very old one. And the folly of age and madness. As we get into this, we have to thank a few people. Primarily you, everyone who has come to enjoy what we produce. Because without you, would just be an empty tent with a bunch of people running around in costumes. But since we hired out tonight, we would like to thank Mordenkainen for supplying most of our special effects for tonight. And as you see that, you watch as like the light swings up to one of the tightrope areas, and you see a gentleman and he swings both arms up and then down, and in a dazzling display of scintillating colors that explodes like fireworks, he detonates and reappears across at the other one. He does a similar thing while doing finger guns and shooting off different various things before a plume of smoke, and he appears down below and gives a deep bow as you see this wave of his hand above him, and it says, Mordenkainen Special Effects. Schedule now for all events, large and small. Now doing birthday parties.
What a great token.
Lori kind of like, waves him off a bit as he disappears, and, he does the same thing, this down sweep, and disappears. And thank you, Mordenkainen, for your self-selling on my time. And without that, we have a bit of a musical accompaniment tonight that's a unknown favorite, but he tends to have quite a bit of flair. This switching back and forth constantly. Oop, got rid of her. Search for the wrong one. Switching layers sucks.
I know that feeling.
I fucking hate you.
As you, the light swings up to an unusual gentleman who starts playing on this rather unusual lute. A rather rock and roll heavy metal sound comes out. And as you say that, Syndra looks at you. Yes, that is Mordenkainen, the wizard.
Yeah, so the 8 from at least knowledge of my world. Quite intense.
Quite fucking mad is what you'll think you're looking for.
I didn't call him famous.
Either way. And without further ado, let us change this up so that we can begin our scene. As she starts walking off, you see as this tiny little Vargo, and I mean maybe 2 feet long and a foot and a half wide, being drawn by 4 chickens tied up that are bound to it like they would be horses. And it swings around in the inside, does a couple of passes, kind of speeding, kind of tilting to the side, before it stops in the middle. And the side doors open, and from the left side steps out one clown, and from the other side, another. Which, by the way, are considerably larger than the wagon. And they begin kind of moving around very funnily, honking horns. You can hear their shoes. Honk, 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 squeak, squeak, squeak. As the lights begin to change and they begin seeming to pull things out of almost thin air. Some of you can probably roll Arcana if you'd like.
Yeah. For my general curiosity. Wow.
It's magic. I think.
Yeah, you're realizing like a lot of stuff, like the base of the poles and stuff, is like massive bags of.
Guy. Guy.
We're trying to get all of our bad rolls out.
Guys. Why?
And then you hear Zan kind of leans over as they finish setting up this what kind of looks like a tavern, or actually it's a forest. Sorry, with like basically rows of potted trees on both sides. And as they finish, you watch as he kind of Snowy's father kind of walks to the middle, does a spin, pulls out a pair of horns and honks them. And these potted trees just go, and suddenly it becomes a road in the middle of a forest. As you kind of move, it stays with you, and you can just see this stage very unusually as he just kind of kind of walks behind a tree and disappears along with the other one. I don't have tokens for everyone, but some of these are more ridiculous, so I had to. I don't have one for her. I should have gotten one for her. Actually, no, that one was actually who's going to play her. Oh, didn't mean for him to come back. You know what, I'm just going to move him up here. I don't know where. As you see this group kind of begins walking in from the sides, or from one of the side walls. And you see Zan leans over. Oh, there's the one. There's the one playing me. As he points to this red dragonborn, who is clearly a red dragonborn, but he's been painted white. And for anybody who knows dragonborns, it's, completely, like, not working.
So he's like a pinkish color then?
Yes.
Ew. Doesn't.
And so, of course, then there's someone you recognize from earlier who has now donned a black wig. She's wearing this kind of piratey outfit. You realize very quickly that this is meant to represent Syndra. There's a tiefling gentleman who you're not sure who is supposed to represent.
Is he supposed to be girl side?
Hmm?
Tekka leads down to Zan. Is he supposed to be girl side?
I think that's just the contact lenses slipped.
Oh, one of them slipped, I understand.
So she is doing a good job representing you a little bit, Syndra.
Yes, I'm actually quite impressed. I expected it to be someone else. And a couple others. The story begins, and for those at home, I'm not going to go into it, but this is kind of a backwards Curse of Strahd story, so I'm going to get through the highlights. You watch as these people, and it begins, there's music, it's something similar to an opera. They're half the time they're talking, half the time, they're letting out this singing part. They're walking down this road and they come to Barovia. They meet this guy who is, from what you understand, probably a Vistani, but he's dressed up to look like Ismark. There's the whole scene of this, it's presented where at one point they're at Tezer Pool and the infamous bread scene between Ismark and Xandahol occurs. but with more singing. And there's like a moment where you look over and you see Ismark. He's just kind of rubbing his head, and you watch Zan just kind of like very much like reach over and just hug the shit out of him, and they're both like,
Wait, wait, wait. This is like in between. Wait, you met because you literally just threw bread at his chest?
Indeed.
Kyle is more confused by this.
I really didn't know where it was going, but at that time I thought it was more of a bro thing, and things went fast. I mean, I've been lonely for a while, and don't even, dear, just shh.
Kyle, that's one question.
It is like it's over the top and corny as you're watching it.
Yeah, like it is over. Like I imagine it's like soap opera level of over dramatized. If like he gets hit with bread, fucking just falls down kind of level.
Oh no, but it's like at the end of it, like Ismark or Xandahar or Ismark like steps away and is like holding the bread, and there's like an inner monologue as the lights on him. It's like, what does this mean? What are these feelings?
To brie or not to brie? Sorry. That was set up way too well. Now I'll leave.
And then as it progresses, there's suddenly, some of these characters are just really crazy and stuff. And then there's Strahd, who comes out, and it's this woman wearing like this most over the top, like classic vampire costume, like the kind you would buy, like the old Boris Karloff style, with the medallion and the red. And, but they also but she also has the Bram Stoker like butt hairdo.
Ew.
If you know what I mean. And just is coming off as the most ridiculous Strahd ever. And every now and then you look over and you see Vasily, who's just laughing his ass off the whole time. And like to the point where he's like dumping popcorn. And there's this romance scene between one of the party members and this female Strahd, and it's just so over the top and like the dumbest thing ever. Of like, oh, you're the one, you're my Irina, and blah blah blah, and da da da, and just and the Strahd is always like tripping over stuff, and like picks her up at one point, and then like goes to turn and take her to a bed, and just like face plants both of them, or it's just it's very much a comedy. There is a lot of special effects with things still. It continues, it progresses on, and then at one point there's this fight where some of the party get changed. You see Syndra, the one portraying her, comes out, and she's got this this like skeletal prosthesis, and at first like attached through a thing, like a sleeve, and she comes out, and then the magic kind of changes it to where she's on fire and this, and you realize they're talking about how she became a lich by agreeing to a dark power, and this whole fight and it looked very one-sided that Strahd was winning, and then it just became like this fight of basically Syndra kind of smacking him down a little bit until he ran off, like with like a dog with his tail between his legs. And then, this one that Strahd was in love with was a giant bat creature, and it is just so ridiculous as you watch some of this stuff. And it's about that point where you suddenly, this one guy comes in who turns into a gargoyle and is fighting alongside them, and then shortly after that, Snowy herself actually shows up out there in the stage and is reprising her own role as herself, playing herself, and like all these things about trying to help Xandahar, who's losing his mind to the dark power that he was with. trying to protect Ismark, who died, and he comes back, and sadly, this wasn't this is a truth. Comes back with makeup on that makes him look like just absolutely terrible. Way too much blush, way too much everything. But this one is over the top for Ismark even, and he's just like, "Oh God, I did look like that when I came back." Yes, honey, you did. And it all culminates in this massive fight between with these various different things. At one point, Strahd creates this, or has a bunch of druids create this skeletal dragon, and when he gets it done, it's like a pseudo dragon dressed up in a skeleton costume, just to like do it. And like at one point, she jumps on it and like tries to fly off with it, but it's not working. As Xandahal turns into a giant ape and slaps the shit out of him with a, well, you assume it was a foam boulder. It continues on and eventually culminates in this big fight at the castle, and Snowy and it just, everybody's there. It is just over the top comedy and special effects. Xandahal reaches over. Yes, Snowy polymorphed me into a giant ape, and well, I don't remember actually hitting Strahd with a rock, but I remember killing a giant dragon, undead one. I think she took some liberties here and there.
The memory is a fickle thing.
She's also a bard.
This makes more sense.
Yes.
As it kind of wraps up, you hear Snowy's voice as she kind of appears behind all of you. Well, and I did try to get I did try to get Charles to put a little extra down one pant leg, but he refused, saying it would impede his movement. And he was also offended. And you just see Xandahal just like, oh my god.
So she is what they call the stereotypical bard.
I actually take offense to that. Oh, still in character. That's better. Yeah, I mean, I take offense to that, Elliot. I mean, how many bards do you know can whip the shit out of a fucking vampire at 20 feet?
Only one so far.
See? Stereotypical is what a thing for one of a kind.
That means it's going to be quite a standard bard that they only have to beat or fall under.
Also, I mean, turning Xandahal into a giant ape seemed to be the best idea. Especially after the failed haste and all of that, and trying to capture Volenta Popkovsky with what was those? Bilaro's Iron Bands, yes. That was the worst waste of money I've ever done. Except for that one thing. And that. I might not be the most fiscally interested person. I might have problems with that. Anyway, how'd you like the show?
It was wonderful.
I'm glad to hear that. I was the one who wrote it.
Yes, I know. You told us.
I am quite impressed for my first viewing show performance inside the circus.
Unfortunately, I don't think the poor tiefling man could see out of his left eye. I think his contact shifted.
Thankfully, it was showed that I didn't have to watch by the power of 4, so I'll give it like good for that.
First of all, the tiefling wasn't wearing contacts. So you're talking about the dragon ball?
No.
Oh. She kind of looks out there across it. That son of a bitch was drunk again.
I look at Kyle. She cross-eyed.
No. What the fuck?
Well, I don't know how it works. I can't drink.
Drinking doesn't make you cross-eyed.
Apparently it does to him.
Oh, it's because he's a Fiona. Don't worry about it.
A what?
His lineage is a Fiona.
A Faerna? I actually can't hear.
Do you not know? Yeah, Fiona. It
Don't
is
know
a
what-
circle of hell. One of the devil.
No.
Oh, yeah, you're referring to the Fianna.
My accent might be saying it wrong.
Even as a player, I still had no idea what that.
It's It's literally one of the devils.
I've-
Tiefling. It's one of the tiefling lineages.
Oh, okay.
Like there's like if your tiefling was from your family line was from like a Vernus, you'd be one of Zariel, or it could be like your subclass could be a sub race could be Asmodeus, something like that. There is like winged tieflings. I think there's an abyssal tiefling now.
Yep.
Yeah. There's also winged
I
elves,
think
but
there's
they're still my
also
favorite.
There's also the Rashaska tiefling as well.
And the one
Okay.
that I made, the Hellhound.
Pain.
But yeah, no. I heard it as a player. This is just Elliot hearing another word. And hearing the explanation is like, no wonder why my hand twitched a bit to almost reflexively touch the sword. That's weird.
Yeah, it's weird that you race it against tieflings. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are tieflings that are evil, and there are tieflings that are good, and there are tieflings that really don't give a shit. Like
No,
him.
same thing for-
She like stares across the thing at him like, fucking dare you interrupt doing my show.
How dare you get drunk?
Elliot just goes, right, like us Dampiers.
I know this is an odd question, but Zimar, was that the one over there that we were talking about earlier?
Zinma. Did you have to put the
Is
kid
anybody-
to bed?
Hello.
I think he's putting Cubs to bed.
Oh, okay. I feel like maybe I should have made Strahd more serious, but I don't know. I kind of like this one.
I found it humorous that the supposed evil lord of Barovia is such an incompetent fool.
Oh, is it he
Why
chose
are
to be
there
females this
creative
time
again?
for some reason?
Ah, I see. This is your literary interpretation.
No, that was actually the weird part. Was we got there, I was informed that Strahd was a woman the whole time. Vasily has said that it's a weird shit kink that Strahd has after 700 years of fucking with people. I think he said something like, yeah, my other half is deciding to try something new to see if Irina was just a lesbian the whole time.
Fucking what?
Oh, do you not know? Oh, wait, nobody has informed you about that whole domain yet, have they?
The people have warned us not to go there several times. Most people, actually. All of them sitting around us.
Also,
Worst
not
26-mile county in the whole place.
Also, they told us not to really, trust the Vistani in that area.
Oh, that's because they made a deal with Strahd. But actually, is that kind of isn't a problem anymore because Strahd kind of fucked it. Not literally.
I was gonna say I would have believed literally at this point.
Judging by
considering
the
what I've been
story
told
we
about
just
it.
heard.
Yeah.
Oh,
All
no,
this
no. She
considering, it
was.
does seem believable.
Well, okay, so the basis of it was Strahd back on their homeworld, wherever the fuck that was. Wait, I know actually what that is. I've actually been to actual Barovia that currently exists. Not the one here. Weird place. It's like somebody just took a whole county and took all the buildings but left the place behind.
Weird.
It's actually very nice there. Anyway, so what happened was Strahd was a warlord, came in to this place because mommy and daddy were bitches and they liked his older brother. And so he had the hots for this girl named Irina. She was kind of like it, but she was also like, ew, you're old. I'm more interested in your brother, which ended up kind of being more of a political marriage, that she tried to marry him to keep Strahd from not going apeshit crazy, and in the meantime, Strahd had been talking to Death, or the Fiend, or Vampire. I'm not entirely sure which one is the time, but it was a bunch of dark power, supposedly, and then they corrupted him, turned him into a vampire by saying, hey, yeah, we can give you her. And, and then he killed his brother during his wedding to Irina, and she ran up to the top. And my understanding is she did a full jump off, turn, double middle finger into the mists instead of being with him. And so 700 years of just not getting a clue that she's not into you.
So he's just angst incarnate.
Wow, what a simple man.
No, I
Yeah,
believe this term.
basically. I mean, the mist and the dark powers that overrides him will never let him actually have Irina. But that is his fixation, his obsession. So the evil that he is maintains. The dark powers feed on his suffering. If you kind of notice, there was some other dark power influence in the stories. They kind of were getting a little anxious with the ones at the Emperor Temple. Like the one that got with Syndra over there, and Sin and just looks at it. Desperate as fuck would be the term, dear.
Are most dark powers just desperate?
No, not really. Vampire was well fed. He just got complacent. The ones that fucked with her, well, the dark power that's been starving for 700 years doesn't really have too many choices, and will be stupid. Like the ones that fucked with Zan. It, on the other hand, is not a normal being as we understand it, kind of some kind of aberration which kind of enforced its will and tried to turn Zan insane, and at the end took his eyes. And there was corruption of the Morning Lord, which I guess is somewhere between Pelor and some of these other sun gods. Not Ezra.
Wait, like St. Cuthbert.
Not even close. St. Cuthbert's got his own things, plus he was immortal before, if I understand your lore,
Yes.
your mythology. Don't take offense to that. Some people take offense to being a religion being called mythology. I'm not a religious woman. I actually think it's actually bullshit.
Right. Well, no, I'm not taking offense, and yes, he was mortal before ascending. That being said,
I'm pretty
I
sure
am
the
curious
Morning
about
Lord
the
was a
one
statement about phalluses, but I'm not sure. There was a lot of phallic iconography.
I see. Though, in hindsight, it does seem like Strahd was an incompetent simpleton that was obsessing over one particular individual.
He still is. The worst part about that was Well, thanks to Syndra over there, she captured Irina's soul, took it beyond the mists to other domains, and released it. And then, that is the thing. Sprad's brother and Irina's souls are reunited outside of Barovia, and they can't really be brought back in unless somebody really, really goes through a lot of work to do so.
Looks over to the alchemist over there on the other side. Is he still there with Mir?
Yeah, and he is like having a the most happy discussion of there is popcorn everywhere. There are people getting up around him dusting popcorn off themselves because they're just God damn this guy. And he is just having the most energetic discussion about scenes and stuff.
Right. Well, I do have to have a discussion with Lady Mir. As Ellie is slowly getting up, he looks over to Snowy. Is the performance finished now, or is this something called the intermission they call?
Oh, the intermission was the part where my father and the other one got out and started smacking the weasels with the hammers.
That was part of the intermission. Huh.
Yeah, now that I think about it, maybe we should change that up.
Interesting.
Yeah, it does seem
someone
weird
called
having the clowns come out and smacking the weasels down, which were the old druids. Yeah, that's weird.
Yes, I kind of thought that was part of the story.
As did I.
I'm going to talk to it. That was Mordekainen's idea, not mine.
Why is Mordenkainen here?
Well, he was stuck in Barovia for a long time without his mind, and he kind of went crazy. And my understanding was he somehow teleported out of there to the Nine Hells, to Avernus, and was staring at an obelisk for 12 centuries. And then he just kind of wandered back one day. And, Lori found him and was like, hey, we could use a wizard. And he's like, I don't know, I don't want to be tied down by anything. And she's like, well, what about doing tours and gigs? And he's like, well, I'm all powerful and amazing and stuff, but yeah, fuck it, why not?
So, one of the greatest wizards from at least his world does kids' birthday parties.
I haven't seen him do the birthday parties, but I imagine it's terrifying as all get out. Also, he's not cheap.
God, I hope
That
so.
being said, I have come to learn, and she kind of looks at Sidra, is that when you reach certain amounts of power, sometimes certain things stop being normal. And Sidra, yes, that's actually quite true. Especially when you add age to it.
Elliot just adds, right, back in my home world, he has a very conflicting reputation.
I hear he used to decimate entire armies.
Yes, he did.
And now it
Along
appears that it's
with
hard to
7
keep him with
others.
pants on. As you watch Mordecai walk in, walk back out there, grab something, and walk back in, and he's just in his boxers and a shirt. And yes, they
Again,
are
Elliot. Those that look at Elliot, you can see the look of complete disbelief. Right. And everyone in the Abbey were always saying that him and the other 7 were always a problem.
The wizardhood of the traveling pants lives on.
Shut up.
You get an inspiration for that one.
Let's burn it on another. Burn it on another history roll.
So, my understanding is you're trying to get someone to take you either through the breach or the Icar swamps?
I believe we've decided on at least trying the Icar swamps first.
Considering information we've somewhat gathered,
Well, I could say that she kind of motions across the area. Choking there. There are two of my cousins, Vistani over there, that they might be interested in that. We don't even travel through the echo swamps. Mostly because, traveling through a collapsing domain just seems like a suicide run.
Right.
Plus the Swamp
Well.
Witch.
So we've been hearing. That being said, I'll be right back. I do wish to at least confer a few words with Lady Mir.
Yeah? Yeah.
Oh, are you conscious?
Jason.
I'm going to assume no.
Yeah, I mean, he works more than I do, so he would actually pay.
Jason.
Now my fucking mind just goes to heavy rain now. That?
Yeah, no, right? So,
No.
you... Go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. What was that?
As you approach, you hear Vasily. Oh, I can't... I was just... Did you see that part was the bed and... Oh... Oh, I know it didn't happen like that, but... Ah... he's just like ecstatic with it, and Mir's just sitting there quietly like, I wish I hadn't brought you.
I see you both enjoyed the performance to an extent.
That was hilarious. I've seen so many shows and parodies of Strahd, and all of them usually end up with screaming, and they're all made out of fear. This one was actually entertaining.
For
Yes,
my
it was
first
quite a
showing
bit.
of, for my first showing, it was interesting. But I had to admit, I had to keep my wits about when I saw the infamous Mordenkainen make his appearance. He's mellowed out from what I've learned about him.
Depends on where you're at and what you hear. I heard he nuked a town the other day.
There's a slight twitch on his mouth now, the edge of it. Perhaps I was mistaken.
I do understand it was infested with zombies and ghouls, but even I think that might have been a little bit of overkill.
He was always a pragmatic and efficient mindset of the balance. I recall his stories of his reputation, along with the eight. Though I
They
am
say he's
curious.
very few who can escape the domains on his own will.
I am intrigued to ask him of some of his travels, but I don't know if I have the mental patience to handle his sort at the moment. Also, what is the condition of the people in the stands? Are there still more? Are they still leaving?
Oh yeah, a lot of them have started leaving. A lot of them are talking. There's a lot of discussion and talking about it. There's kids that are, enjoying it.
Yeah,
It
Dekum
is very much a family affair kind of thing.
Dekum is still keeping an eye on Zinmar's little friend.
Yeah.
you've noticed, has been talking to a little gnome woman.
She looks pleasant.
Very. Unfortunately, Elliot does not know she's there, so he just went to go talk to Mir.
Oh god.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean, I
staying
don't
out
want
of the
to
ring man
do
thing.
Jason's thing without Jason, so.
Yeah.
No worries.
Jason's not here, so we might have to retcon something for next. But
Okay, Elliot just wanted to ask, and I guess maybe you can jump to the next scene afterwards or whatnot. But Elliot's just gonna ask Mir and Vasily to a degree as well. Considering the situation in the island of Cicero, would you mind telling me more, or at least what you know about this blood god that's apparently what vampires seem to be worshipping over there?
make me an
Well,
insight.
I wish I didn't burn the inspiration, but that was my choice. Here we go. Ah. 19.
Vasily actually looks like he doesn't have a fucking clue. He's like, wait, what, blood god? You know, you can tell he's like doing math. Mir, on the other hand, her eyes narrow like the most slightest, like, what?
And then Elliot, seeing this, goes, "Did you know there was a insane woman pretending to be an abbot at an abbey?" Gestures to his sword, and he goes, "The previous owner of the sword that you bequeathed to me, I reunited and saw him. He's alive, but
Oh, so you met your father and your mother.
yes, well, I won't call that thing my mother. So
No, but she
I'll
did
just
give
leave
birth.
it there. Let's just say it got very messy.
I imagine
Her
so,
and her,
considering she just wanted you as a sacrifice.
yes, along with her two followers, apparently. I suspect they were going to use me more than just as a sacrifice, but she was using my father's blood to create vampires.
Not inherently his blood. You can't distill blood like that down. Trust me, she kind of
No,
looks out across at you can tell she's looking at Kyle. Or Valencia would have figured out how to do that a long time ago.
yes, I suspect that Kael may have mentioned that name, considering that the old man had mentioned that name and she went into a fit of rage. So, I am curious,
Yes.
but what is this history of this blood god that
On
Val
some
is so interested?
worlds. Well, on some worlds, there are gods to our kind. Some of them better, some of them noble, some of them, well, devils and demons in their own right. In some regards, you have beings like Vampire, which Vasily here knows intimately. As you kind of see him kind of grimace a little bit and grit his teeth, like, I don't want to talk about that. Vampire, however, is not a god, but a dark power, something that is attempting to be a god, just like, well, likely what you experienced. They are powers, beings. But yours specifically, well, there is this world known as Eberron. There was a war there so great that even some of the gods died in it. Our kind flourished. And yes, our kind, yours and mine, Elliot. You know, certain advantages and, well, disadvantages make war by our kind an interesting concept. From there were a few that didn't really survive. My understanding is one of those was a forgotten goddess and fell pretty early on. But if there's a little spark of something, then there's always a chance. My understanding was that being was very horrible, very bloodthirsty. It is likely that it was drawn into the domains. Maybe it came with somebody, a follower, that just happened to arrive here. Wherever she learned about it was probably... She kind of turns to Vasily for a moment. Didn't you say your worst half had a bit of a lexicon and such for... You kind of see him for a moment. Yeah, I did not really read it very much. But, yes. There was a bit of a work beginning on vampire gods during one of the times when he was, how do you say, dormant, defeated. I believe Volenta stole it, one of his brides. And then she promptly lost it, somewhere on the other side of the continent. That may be very well where someone found it. Of course, Volenta had family, so I thought most of them were dead. As Mia kind of turns. Family like your mother. Descendants. It does make one question, though. Did you take more after her or more after your father? I haven't seen you going on a killing spree or being rather selective in your murdering. Do you have those interests, Elliot? Something that when you see it, you just can't help yourself?
Ellie thinks about it. If you're regarding to my desire of feeding on others, no. In the 80 years that I've lived, I have not fed on a human ever. The worst I fed on was a horse or domesticated animal. If you're referring to me cutting down somebody, oh, okay, Zamar. Okay, Elliot will just add. In the terms of cutting down on those that are evil and heretical, well, I try to be as open-minded as possible. Those that bring harm to the less fortunate, the children, the innocent. Yes, I do have a primal rage, as one would call it. But I believe Greybeard simplified it in a way that, since I was an orphan,
I don't want others to follow my fate as being an orphan.
Oh,
Though you are making an interesting point about the names Valeria and Valentia. Are they by any chance related?
no.
Or just coincidence of their names?
Valenta Popkowski was a serial killer and prostitute that lived in Barovia. Her descendants from her bastard children ended up being your great grandparents, I guess you could say. And somehow your mother met her on the other side, and that seems to how it sparked that whole problem. Though I understand that your mother was a bit of a... yeah, she liked to see things hurt. It was rather interesting to find out all that after your father came through with his ways. Which I must say, it seems that you are taking after him.
I suppose I am, without even realizing it. Though I admit, perhaps I am a little bit too quick on the swift decision making. Since, well, I did try to kill my own mother after realizing the truth of it all.
What's wrong with that? Isn't
I
that
lament
your
that I didn't
oath?
strike her down before.
But did you know?
That's the part that I'm upset about. I did not.
And how might you have done before?
Probably not swat my father's familiar when he was warning me about the danger.
Did you know that was a familiar?
Simple answer, no. But again, if something gives you a nice warning and yet you still swat it, well, that was my own particular fault.
Well, Elliot, not to be demeaning, but it sounds like you're still young, inexperienced. Nothing wrong with that. Ignorance is not a sin, unless you have options to not be ignorant anymore.
I agree. Willful ignorance is a greater sin.
That being
I did even
said, I would say that I know of that being. Some of those at the Bell Tower do try to follow it, but I doubt they would be so bold as to try and do what I can only imagine your mother was trying to do. Besides, I don't think any of them could have children. They're not mortals.
Speaking of murders, how is, what was his name again? The one that was trying to make us do a horrible act just for his little giggles?
Lord Caressus. I wouldn't worry
Right,
about him.
that one.
He...
Oh, I'm not.
well, he died like a bitch.
Ah. A
There
pity I
was
didn't
so
get to
much
see it
crying and
myself.
screaming as they drug him out and tore out his fangs, tied him to a statue, and we all watched as he just turned to ash.
Ah, what a pity. I think Kyle would have actually enjoyed that more than I would.
I actually found it to be rather boring. But that's what happens when you try to take matters into your own hands against the rules. It wasn't for what he hired you to do, by the way. Or tried to hire you to
No,
do.
but the fact that he even insinuated the idea of killing an innocent family. It took a lot of restraint not to attack him in the middle of enemy territory that we weren't sure of. Or at least unknown territory.
Oh. That's why my sister keeps tabs on everybody in there.
Well, I'll be sure to inform the others of, well, the bitch's final moments. Elliot gets up. Thank you for passing my father's sword to me.
Lord Grey and him were good friends.
I'll send my gratitude to Lord Grey as well. Have a good evening, everyone. Makes leave.
Forget,
As he
you get
gives
a
a
50%
back.
off coupon at Vasily's.
I'll be sure to let Kyle know.
Did you say 50% coupon?
My God.
Anyway,
I can get more shark soup.
Rolling
That's
back
not-
a little bit.
He doesn't sell
Yeah,
shark
well-
soup. He sells you the whole shark that could just blink out of existence.
so
Rolling
rolling
that-
back a little bit since
I remember Snowy kind of pointing out, she's sitting there. Zinma, was that one over there the one that you were talking about earlier?
Not gonna lie. Kinda just got back.
The one we spotted when we walked in, the female tabaxi that helped us in the
Yes,
fight.
yes. Yep. So yes, I do recognize who that is. Yep. That is the tabaxi that not only warned me, but helped us fend me when we were being attacked in the market.
Actually, that one you didn't say anything to. Or you said something to her and she just, like, bolted.
A different one.
Morgana de Mezzarine, the chief
It's the one we met
constable,
outside
the one that showed
fight
up
area.
later, said something.
Okay, let me rewind. Yes, she warned me and helped. Yeah. I know who this is.
Yeah, this was the one who told you about, like, you might want to cover your hands.
As I did.
Well, I mean,
What brings you around here besides the great show?
oh, are you gonna go over to her?
Oh yeah.
Because Snowy's sitting there like you're clear over here, and she's like pointing, kind of, like nonchalantly over at the other one, the one that you met across the area.
Oh, it was Snowy asking me if I recognized her?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'll
Yeah.
tell Snowy.
she's up there on the upper seats on the circus.
Yeah, this one's Snowy.
No, I remember Snowy, don't you worry.
Yeah. But
But
and you realize Snowy, for having one eye, is very observant and was like, hey, there's that person over there that kind of looks like the person you described, or the other tabaxi you described, coming and fighting with you.
out there,
Mhm.
I can't shift click, but
You actually were, but... Or yeah, shift click.
So I saw that the person that she's standing next to talking when I got back. Who was that?
You noticed her when you came, or you noticed the other snow leopard tabaxi when you came into the arena, and Snowy's like pointing it out now that the show's over. Like,
I know
hey,
this
isn't that the person?
So do you go try to speak with them, Zama, or should I leave you to it?
Yeah, let's go talk. I feel safe here anyway, so let's go talk to them. Kind of not sit directly next to, but sit kind of adjacent to her, so that way I'm kind of sitting not directly across, but kind of like facing diagonally towards her. And then I tell her yes, or then I say to her, "What brings you here besides the great show?"
It looks at you for a moment. Her blue eyes staring at you into yours. Do you have a name?
Yeah, my name is Inmar, from beyond the mist. And since you know at least enough to keep me safe, I should let you know a couple things as well. I don't know who my family is. You warned me that I shouldn't show that I am part of a certain family. And I'm saying this kind of like hushed, because it's more of a sensitive thing.
Okay. She didn't tell you that, just to let you know.
Am I getting the people mixed up?
Yes.
Yes.
Dang it!
This is the silent one that helped us fight.
This one came in, you said, hey, you're good looking, and she like blushed and bolted.
I think it might be best just to put the two tokens side by side so he sees which one helped and which one.
I'm trying to
Just
remember.
spoke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let me rephrase. Why did you tell me to cover my hands?
This one told you to cover your hands, who is the police chief that came in after you guys got done.
Who is not here.
Too many
Yes.
goddamn cats in this place.
This is the cat.
I mean, you're not wrong.
There is a lot of tabaxi. I'm sorry.
Oh, I mean, it makes sense that all of the Tabaxi are here.
I mean, it's Snowy's family, so
So Snowy's family has the extra set of tabaxis, but yeah.
Okay.
Morgana
so,
de Messerine is from a rich family somewhere else, and you don't know jack about this other gal.
No,
okay.
Jack's
Yeah,
murdering
so
someone
this one's the
else.
sheriff
Love it.
that told you to cover your hands. This one is the
Just
one that you
really-
hit on and she ran.
Okay. Well, in that case, oh, am I still in the Discord call?
Yep.
Oh, somebody just dipped out. There we go. I say to her, "Well, it's nice to see that lovely face again. What are you doing here?"
Kind of just turns and she stares at you, and you can tell she's about to bolt when
Oh,
the
no, no, no,
gnome
no.
next
It's
to
okay,
her
we're
kind
just-
of reaches over and puts a hand on her thigh,
A gnome?
and you hear into Baxi. I think he doesn't know, and you should probably just let that off. Just you probably should tell him. And you watch as the other snow leopard kind of clenches her teeth for a moment. And your name is Zinma?
That is correct, yes.
And you have... She kind of looks around before kind of reaching into her under her cloak, and she kind of pulls out an amulet, a very familiar amulet. You have something like this? Or did?
Kind of startled expression. I did. I did, yes. Does it look exactly the same as mine?
What color was yours?
I'll say gold.
Hers is gold, but like the stones and stuff, or what would be stone, was actually glass. Hers is a sky blue.
Not exactly the same, and since this is a close heirloom of mine, I would be able to tell if there was any differences.
Yeah,
It is-
as you look at it, it's like a piece of like glass art where you see a image of a star over a mountain peak. And now that you see that, like yours, you always kind of resonated with this weird image in it because it was like part of your name, but it doesn't completely.
It's certainly similar to something that I have lost, yes. Where did you get that?
From my mother. Stupid guidance thing.
Wait, what?
I don't even know where it's on or off or what on these half the time.
It's that plus thing at the end of his roll. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, Zimar, I understand that I'm guessing potentially, and yes, I am. He kind of looks uncomfortable. I'm going to go with two things. First of all, Zimar, I'm pretty sure you might be my brother, so no. And second of all, I don't swing towards guys.
I didn't know I had a sister.
Yeah, I kind of thought you
You are
did.
taking that surprisingly well.
Well,
Wait,
in
actually,
this
are they
land,
still
I've-
speaking to Maxie?
No, they've actually
Okay.
switched to common at some point in there. So you
Okay.
routed her of you're my brother and I don't swing that way.
Fucking genius.
Or you're probably my brother and I don't swing.
I mean, a lot of royal families like to keep it
I'm
in
not
the household.
surprised because a lot of them. I'm not really surprised because the Mist Land has proven to be quite not normal. So at this point, I've kind of expected something like this.
Let me see it. Let me see it, little cheater.
I'm not a cheater. I fucking
I mean, that is cool.
I did it.
I lost my train of thought. If we are siblings, probably be why you were so uncomfortable the first time that we met.
Yeah, that's kind of a weird thing, you know. I'm not going to lie.
probably caught you off guard as much as you're kind of catching me off guard right now.
Well, honestly, I kind of hoped you were a fraud.
Fraud, huh?
You know, just some unlucky idiot that kinda was one of us. Maybe the necklace had gotten. But Asia's figured it was you, and
I'm guessing so did your enemies.
well, considering they're the ones who got it, so our spies saw the amulet, and I suppose I should introduce myself. I'm Star over the Mountain.
Well, shorten that to Star.
And she kind of turns to the gnome next to her. Feyna, I'm very. How do I? Star, you need to just be a little bit more forthright, I think. Especially if it is your brother. Right, I really. This is really a touchy thing. So.
And you're not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna be surprised at this point. This place is a trip and a half.
She kind of just stops and she takes off the glove off of her right palm and holds it up. If you wouldn't mind, I saw it, but I wasn't entirely certain.
Yeah, I'll take mine off as well. Can I roll a perception to check to see if anybody's watching first?
Sure.
I am.
You don't see anybody. In fact, as something you kind of notice, Snowy kind of did follow you, but she's kind of sitting back, and you watch as she's watching, and you're not sure if she's casting a spell or not, but you get this feeling that
Jealous.
it might be hard to see or hear you outside of things because a lot of people have just kind of moved away from you guys. They're just kind of off in their own little world.
Okay. Yeah, I will. I'll say to her, "Well, I will confirm any doubts that you may have, and I'll take my hand wraps off."
As you do,
Sure.
she kind of places her hand next to yours, and you both see that there is a series of spots and such that they stand out enough to realize that they're a birthmark. Well, you're either a very good forgery or. Please don't ever hit on me again.
Well, I'm not privy to. There's another tabaxi here that wants me, so it's fine.
The gray
Anyway.
one with the. She kind of leans
Green
past
hair.
you and stares at Snowy.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. I think she hit on. She kind of turns to the gnome. She was hitting on me, right? Too. Is just kind of like, yeah, she was.
So, I have a question for you.
Oh, I'm pretty sure we both have a lot of questions. Like, how are you still alive?
How did you get here?
Where are we going and who are we killing?
First of all,
How did you get to? Where did you?
Okay. Just to back this up. The correct question is how did you get back here? And not Paradon. We're from Hi-Fi Temple to the north. In what we call them the Shogunate Isles. But we're from one of the larger islands called Kawasai. You were taken by Oni, and everyone pretty much assumed you had died.
I don't remember much of my childhood, no, but the only thing I do have memory of is just being raised in the monastery. If I did once come from here, I have no recollection of it.
I guess I should be a little bit more on that. The story is told differently to different people, but
The father?
our father is alive.
Doing well?
His hip's gone out, but he seems to be alright.
It's an old man. Well, the quest here is to end their identity. Where is father?
At home. The temple.
He lives here? Or up north?
Up north. Our informants mentioned movements, and our seers detected that you might exist here. So we thought about sending others, and it wasn't decided, so I left and came after you. And I guess it was a good thing I did.
Was important to you. Well, sister, where do you go from here? Certainly want to at least meet. I kind of pause as I kind of am making a, I don't know what the phrase is. Kind of asking myself whether I even cared in the first place about finding true identity of my parents, or was just trying to find my past, moreover, where I came from. I think I'd like to see or meet father.
I know he would like to meet you as well. I need to hurry back. I understand, though, from different things you have other directions you're headed.
Now, yes. Father well enough to... Yes. Is he got years left in him?
Most likely. It is... We're at war with other factions up there, such as the Oni, the daimyo of pain, the shogun. We all try to vie for different things to maintain ourselves, but
What
we're
do we know
losing.
of the Oni?
Say again.
The Oni that killed Mom.
They were of the daimyo of pain. We have been at war with them for many generations, and we've lost a lot of family to them.
People around me are. Without them, I don't think I would have made it out here. I don't even think I would have made it out of the beach that I found myself on, had it not been for this giant metal man behind me.
Hello.
I think I owe them to carry on and go in this other direction and perhaps come back and meet Father.
I understand.
Zinma, we were doing this entire mission currently to get a ship so we can travel around. If the first place you want to go is to go and reunite with, he gestures over to Star, no family, I'm sure we can arrange that.
Yeah, well, we have to get the crew first. And as much as
Oh, damn it, Kyle was right.
as much as I would love the alchemist that Kyle asked,
No, he's not coming.
I think we do need one at least, right? At least it'd be nice to have one.
You can bring K on the ship, and then
No.
Jacob will fucking lose his shit.
No.
Yeah.
Hard no.
If you are able to make it, there is an alchemist in the family's employ.
I will keep that duly noted.
So, Moogle, do you have a running ship or fucking doc of who Kyle has asked to join the ship? Because I do.
I'm still wondering, meta-wise, why you guys think you're getting a ship yet.
Kyle's
Other than me
still.
asking questions.
Kyle's just collecting a crew. She's not. She said we'll get one eventually.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
We're planning
We have a
ahead.
ship.
Kyle is so gung
Kyle
ho
has-
about it that she has convinced Deco that at some point we're getting a ship, even though we're doing this for Syndra.
Okay.
It's hopeful thinking.
It's the only
No,
thing.
we'll be
it's the
driving
only
around
thing
in the
driving-
dinghy for the rest of this fucking campaign because of us.
It's the only thing driving Kyle forward.
All right. I'm just messing with you guys. You know, you guys will eventually get a ship.
No, I figured. I think the only 3 people I asked so far that said yes is Mark and Xanar a maybe, and Grella said yes, or Grilla said yes.
Yeah.
So we got 3 people, and not counting ourselves. That's a hefty crew. Anyway, sorry, Federico.
So I understand, Zima. That makes sense. Please be
I'm still
careful.
trying to-
There are going to send more assassins likely.
Do you have any other information about these assassins that would be deemed helpful?
They are. That's what it is. They are completely devoted. As much of the Shogunate Isles relies on honor and servitude to one's lord, the daimyo of pain creates a zealous nature within his followers and his retainers. Such as the speechless ones, they are, how do would you put it? Cannon fodder?
Hmm. Understand. Are that dedicated to us, Tom?
I mean, everyone in our family is devoted. I mean,
Well, speaking of our family, how much left is there? I have any other brothers, sisters?
well, we have a stepbrother. Um, there's the cousins, our aunt, both of them. A few uncles, the retainers, which we don't really consider. I mean, they're not blood to us, but they're as much family as any is. They've been with family for their families. Um, really, we're not doing so well in this fight.
Well, maybe this is the turning point.
We can hope.
If there's something me and my friends are very good at, it's making a mess of the places that we go. So, point us in the correct direction. We'll tear it to the ground.
I'll keep
Once
that
we
in
get things
mind.
together, first thing that I want to do, or I should say, first thing I will bring up to the crew is about seeing, maybe visiting father. Second thing is maybe exacting revenge on mother. But just we will pass when we get there.
And knowing us, we'll be attacked by a lot of their assassins on the way. And most likely kill them all.
You do
Plan.
seem capable.
I'm more optimistic than anything.
And
The people around me are the capable ones.
I kind of get more sincere and ask her if she is okay.
I am actually alright. Yes, it's still a bit shocking to have a brother and have him hit on you.
Sorry about that, by the way. Listen, being out at sea for as long as I was does things to a tabaxi.
I wouldn't know. But that being said, it would appear that the one known as Snowy is waiting.
Oh dear.
Oh yes, Snowy.
Is it
But
more?
for
What's your
now-
armor class?
Uh,
Definitely lower than 26.
it's lower than a 26.
Which means, I need a con
What?
save.
No.
I'm sorry, as she kind of... At first, you think she's just gonna kind of, like, awkwardly punch you in the arm. She does. As she kind of gets up and straightens her dress and her cloak. And I'm sorry, brother, but I'm not gonna get sloppy seconds after you.
No.
You like, she walks over there to Snowy, who's just kind of smiling, and she's like, "Don't worry, I won't waste all night."
Fucking just get stoned by a sister. What a
But I'm not opposed to getting them.
All right. Jesus.
I think
Like
Don't
this-
worry, I'll come and get you after midnight.
He's just
Plenty
gonna
of
be
night.
stuck on the. He's just gonna be stuck on the floor.
It's like a 6-second thing that so she could like slip over and get ahead of him.
And just like pinch the nerve and just fucking down.
Yeah, she like basically dead armed him like hard enough where he's like ow, and then she just kind of bounced over and is like, yep.
I look over to the gnome. Well, that confirms that they're related.
What? Jesus Christ.
The gnome kind of looks at you. What's weird was she was married once.
Once.
Long story, but I believe they're called a widower. There was a storm and, well, Star didn't survive technically, but they never found her wife.
That sucks. I don't know. She seems happy now.
It's how she gets past things.
He's a horrible judge of character. Like,
You-
saying, oh yes, Kyle's happy.
I'm a robot.
I know.
I'm the worst judge of character.
Yep.
That's what makes it funny.
Shut up. The fuck are your charisma?
I was about to solidify it. Like I was, Dekov goes, you living creatures and your emotions.
Weird habits.
Yes. All half of you think about is breeding.
Gonna say open portholes.
Port in the storm. Okay.
Okay, no.
I kind of talked to Declan and said, "Have you ever read a file, downloaded something that was so exciting that you just wanted more, and the more that you got, the better you felt, but eventually it had to end. Ever since then, you keep wanting and wanting that to download a file the same."
Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god! Stop!
No. Whoa!
Never mind then.
Yeah, he watches like the big clown guy. The makeup's kind of been like taken off now. He's kind of cleaning up. He comes over, kind of puts an arm around your shoulders, Deckham, which he is fully capable of doing. How do I put this? You ever had a really good oil change?
I fucking
You have
god!
oil, right?
Stop!
You're all making me very uncomfortable. I do not want to be in this situation anymore.
I am not offering it to you. I am just being a man-to-man thing.
I need an adult.
I need an adult, and she's not here, and I think they're talking about her.
Why is Kyle the
Kyle,
adult
no.
of this party?
Not you!
Kyle and
I
Elliot
disconnected.
talking about,
Have you
oh,
ever had
yeah.
a really good oil change?
Oh my fucking god!
I think that's where we're gonna end it for tonight.
My god!
I just want to add one last thing. Elliot drops in by Kael's like, well, good news. We don't have to deal with Krauss, what's his face, since he's dead.
He doesn't even look up. I just says good and just keeps drinking it around. Just gotta
What
watch
are
it.
idiots doing? That's it. That's all I want to say.
All I heard was oil change, and I don't want any other context that she keeps drinking.
Oh, right, the mental leak.
No, I cut that off.
She cut that off before we got in here.
Because I didn't want to listen to like Snowy plowing our fucking monk.
Well, she has a monk,
Don't worry.
but not the.
That's for next time. Don't you worry.
I'll just
All
put it
right.
this way: as you're like, "That's fine." Desperado leans forward. Ah, Senorita Kia, would you like me to dance for you? You seem down.
Nah, I'm good, but thanks.
Eh, the offer is there.
Oh my god. I can't.
I think we're good.
Alrighty, so thank you everybody for joining us for session 17 of this. I don't know what it is anymore.
Clusterfuck. It's getting into fucking one of the chamber level.
Oh, not even close. One in
That
the chamber's
worries
got
me.
its own flair.
True. Anyway,
Jeebus, why does this always happen? Whenever we're together for an extended period of time, why does this keep happening?
I don't know.
What, D&D or
Just tomfoolery.
We
That's
make
it.
I was
dumb
gonna say
shit happen.
getting blocked by your own sister. No.
Yeah.
imagine getting fucking blocked by your sibling.
At least it's not a wall.
No, that's already wet. Jesus.
The wall.
I love that Pink Floyd album. Anyway,
Well, thank you all for joining us. I am Goth Moogle, and I think we're gonna be back Sunday with Into the Wildlands from Miser. And next
Yep.
Monday will be Jeeves the Dingus with Drake Salvation, followed by one in the chamber on Tuesday.
yeah.
And then a whole nother week, we'll get another Wildlands, and then me again. So we'll catch up in 2 weeks. Chaos and Paradox.car.co is where you can see my commission information. If you like it, want some work, you've seen some of the tokens here. Hit me up. I'll toss it over to Miser.
Yeah, hello everyone. There was no Into the Wildlands last Sunday since it was Father's Day, and unfortunately, I'm one of those who don't really celebrate holidays too often. But we should be on track this coming next Sunday, which everyone gets to fight a really angry pickle. Otherwise, Miser Mark 2010, both YouTube and Twitch. Find me on the other guys' stuff, and I'm feeling slightly tired, so I'm going to immediately throw it over to Jeeves Ningus of
All right, fantastic.
Monday.
All right, fantastic. Everybody already shilled for me, so I am Jeeves the Dingus on everything. So find me there. And then I'll just throw it over to the next DM Mariner.
Hello. Yeah, you can find me at Transpace Mariner on Twitch and DM Mariner on Twitter. And yeah, I'll just be running Tuesday game where we get to do more fun, somewhat shopping, and then more murder episode. So yeah, it'll be fun. And stuff. And yeah, I'll throw it over to Jason.
Hello. I'm glad that that this is on the Monday because I would have been celebrating Father's Day. I am Sir Free for All pretty much everywhere, every single social. I've been streaming a lot of different games on Twitch if you want to follow me there. I periodically post on YouTube. Not that often. I should do that more. But this is the only game that I play, and next week I will absolutely do Snowy. Don't you worry. Anyway, that's it for me.
All right. Again, thank you for joining us tonight, and we will catch you next time to see where we go with this exciting mess. And everybody have a good night.